There is something moving in you right now that you have not yet found the right words for. A quiet rearrangement. A change in what you carry, in what your spirit is reaching toward, in what you no longer feel willing to accept. You have been trying to name it, wondering whether what you feel is growth or restlessness or something you cannot yet place. I tell you now, it is not confusion. It is me. I am at work in you, and what I am building is not small, and it is not temporary. I have decided that where I am taking you next requires a different version of you, not a slightly improved version. Not the same person with better habits or a more disciplined routine. I am talking about something that goes deeper than behavior, a change in what you believe about yourself, what you are willing to carry, and what you are no longer willing to settle for. The version of you that has carried this far was strong. It was strong enough to bring you here, but it was built for a different road. What is coming requires different footing, a deeper foundation, and a strength that does not depend on things staying calm. You may have noticed that certain things are beginning to lose their hold on you. Words that used to leave a mark are landing differently now. Situations that once knocked you sideways are finding you steadier than they expected. Habits you kept for years are starting to feel like weight rather than comfort. Do not dismiss these signals. This is the work. This is me pulling away what is loose, drawing out what was only ever there, because you had not yet learned you could live without it. Every loosening is purposeful. Nothing I am removing from you is being wasted. There is also a new direction forming in your hunger. Things you once chased are quieting in your heart. Things you once overlooked are beginning to matter. You are starting to want different things, not loudly, not dramatically, but the way a river finds its course, not by force, but by persistent and certain movement. The desire in you is shifting, and this is not an accident. I am redirecting what you are drawn toward because where I am leading you requires a particular kind of focus. The old appetite would have taken you somewhere else. This change did not begin the moment you noticed it. It began long before that. It was moving beneath the surface of your days, in the quiet moments when you sat alone and felt something lifting or something settling, and could not explain either. In the nights when thoughts that once felt convincing started to sound hollow. In the mornings when you rose with something new pressing against your chest that you could not name but could not ignore. That was not coincidence. That was me. Building something in you that would not announce itself until it was ready to stand. Declare your amen if you feel this word landing in the right place. You are not manufacturing this change. You are not conjuring it through willpower alone. This is a work I am doing from the inside out, the kind that cannot be produced by effort without my hand behind it. I am rebuilding how you understand yourself, how you relate to your own life, and how you carry what has been placed in you. As that rebuilding continues, the outer world will begin to reflect what is already changed within. The opportunities that belong to this new version of you are already being arranged. The doors that belong to this season are already set. The connections meant for who you are becoming are already in motion. There will be people around you who sense something different before you have fully landed in it yourself. They will notice a settledness in the way you speak, a steadiness that was not there before. Some will be drawn to it. Some will pull back from it. Both responses are information. I am not asking you to manage how others receive your growth. I am asking you to remain in it, to trust what is forming, and to stop making yourself smaller to fit into spaces that were built for an older version of you. Those spaces had their purpose. That purpose is done. You have often been someone who talked yourself out of the quiet certainties, who looked for external proof before allowing yourself to believe what was already becoming true on the inside. I am not asking you to stop thinking clearly. I'm asking you to stop using doubt as a wall. The work happening in you is real. The shift is real. The person you are becoming is not a fantasy. It is a finished picture I am working toward, and every day that passes brings it closer to what you will soon be able to see with your own eyes. The strength rising in you does not need to announce itself. It does not need recognition to exist. It is the kind of strength that moves through a room without demanding attention, that holds under pressure without needing to prove it can. You are becoming someone who no longer needs to convince others of their worth because they have stopped needing to convince themselves. That is a different order of confidence. It is quiet. It is grounded. It is growing in you right now, and I am not rushing it, because what grows slowly grows strong. What I am doing in you has a shape and a direction. It is not random movement. It is not a vague stirring of improvement without destination. I am building something specific, someone specific. And everything you are experiencing right now, every shift in your thinking and every change in your appetite, is part of that exact design. You are not the same person you were, and you will not be the same person a season from now that you are today. The work is not finished, but what is already visible is real, and it is only the beginning. I want to speak to you about what is being taken away, not to comfort you with explanations you were not ready to hear before, but because now, in this season, you are ready. There are things that have left your life, people who walked out, opportunities that did not materialize, seasons that closed before you felt finished with them. And you have been carrying questions about those departures that no one around you could properly answer. So I will answer them now. I am the one who moved those things. Not all loss is my design, but the specific removals you have been grieving, the ones that left you standing in silence, wondering what you did wrong, those were mine. Not because you failed, not because you were not enough, but because what I saw ahead of you could not coexist with what I removed. You cannot walk into a new territory carrying the full weight of an old one. I will not ask you to. Some of the people who left your life were not equipped to go where you are going. That is not a judgment of them. It is simply the reality of two paths that run alongside each other for a time and then divide. Your path is turning in a direction that requires a different kind of company. The ones who are meant to walk with you in this next season are not the ones who have already stepped back. I am not asking you to harden yourself toward those who left. I am asking you to trust that I know who belongs beside you and who does not. There are also doors that closed on you, efforts that came to nothing, plans that fell apart, openings that appeared and then sealed shut before you could step through. I know how that felt. I know the specific weight of watching something you worked toward come to nothing. But hear this. A closed door is not a verdict on your worth. It is a redirect. Not every path leads where you need to go, and I will not allow you to spend your strength on a road that ends too soon. When I close something, it is because the open door ahead is more specific, more right, and more aligned with what I have placed in you than the one I closed. There is something important about how I do this work. I do not explain every removal while it is happening. I do not narrate every shift as I make it. That is not cruelty. It is the nature of trust. If I explained every move as I made it, you would not be learning to walk by faith. You would be walking by information. And that is not the same thing. The walk I am calling you into requires a settled certainty that I am good, even when the evidence in front of you looks like loss. State, "I trust," if you believe my hand is over your life right now. You are also becoming someone who knows the difference between a temporary discomfort and a permanent loss. In the middle of a removal, everything can feel permanent. Every closed door feels like a final answer. Every departure feels like a conclusion. But I see the whole arc, and what looks like an ending from where you stand looks entirely different from where I stand. I see what you are walking toward. I know exactly what is being cleared to make room for it. And I am telling you now, what is coming is worth the clearing. There are old patterns in you that have also been in the process of being removed, and this is perhaps the quietest and most significant work I am doing. Patterns of thinking that led you back to the same cycles, ways of seeing yourself that kept you from reaching for what I had placed ahead of you. Reflexes, the ones that made you flinch or shrink or apologize for what you needed, those are the things I am pulling out at the root. This is not comfortable work. It is not supposed to be. You do not extract something deep without feeling the motion. What you are experiencing as unsettledness, as a kind of groundlessness in certain moments, is in part the sensation of those roots being moved. The old floor is being pulled up because a new one is being laid. You are not falling through. You are being transitioned. And the new ground beneath you will be more solid than anything you have stood on before, because it will be ground I built specifically for this version of you, not the version that entered the old season. Do not go back to retrieve what I have taken. This is important. When something leaves and the absence creates pain, there is a pull to go back, to restore what was, to fill the space with the familiar. I am asking you to resist that pull. The space I am creating in your life is not an accident. It is a form of preparation. What fills it next will not look like what was there before, and it will not need to. What I am bringing you will be recognizable, not because it resembles the past, but because it fits, because it aligns with who you actually are and where you are actually going. The season of removal is not a season of punishment. I am not extracting things from your life as a consequence for failure. I am doing what any skilled hand does when something worthwhile is being built, clearing the ground, removing what does not belong, making space for what does. You are a work in progress, and I do not apologize for treating you like one. I am building something in you and around you that requires precision, and precision requires removing what does not fit. Trust the clearing. Trust the silence where noise used to be. Trust the empty spaces that used to hold things you no longer have. I have not left you with less. I have made room for more, and more is exactly what is coming. I want to tell you what is growing inside you right now. Not what might grow, not what will grow someday if conditions improve. What is growing in you right now, in the middle of this exact season, in the middle of whatever pressure or uncertainty or change surrounds you. Because you need to hear what I see, not only what you feel. And what I see is a person in whom something strong is taking root. There is a quality forming in you that is different from determination. Determination can be forced. What I am building in you cannot be forced. It can only be grown. It is the kind of steadiness that does not need circumstances to cooperate in order to hold its shape. It is the kind of peace that does not dissolve when things get difficult. It is the kind of resolve that does not depend on an audience or on the encouragement of others to keep moving. I am building this in you. It is not finished. but it is real and it is deepening with every day that passes. You are learning patience without being lectured about it. That is the best way to learn it. Not by being told you need it, but by living inside a season that requires it. And you are learning. The urgency that once drove you into poor decisions, the restlessness that once made waiting feel like defeat, those are quieting. You are beginning to understand that not everything I am doing can be seen on the surface, and that the most important work often happens in the places you cannot observe. That understanding is changing how you move through your days. There is also a new relationship with your own mind forming in you. You are learning to observe your thoughts rather than simply live inside them. A thought arrives, and instead of being immediately pulled into its current, you're beginning to stand outside it and ask whether it is true, whether it belongs to you, whether it aligns with what you actually know. This is not a small development. This is one of the most significant things I can do in a person. Teach them to live in their own mind, with intention, rather than just reaction. You are learning this, and it is changing everything downstream. Your words are also shifting, not dramatically, not all at once, but the things you say about yourself and about your life are becoming more measured and more honest. You are speaking with less recklessness. You're beginning to understand that what you say aloud matters, not in a superstitious way, but in the way that all real things matter. Words shape attention. Attention shapes action. Action shapes life. You're learning to take your own voice seriously, and that is a sign of someone who is beginning to understand their own weight in the world. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. The inner life I am building in you will become the foundation of everything you do outwardly. You cannot build anything lasting on the outside that does not have a corresponding depth on the inside. This is why so much of my work in you right now is quiet, internal, and invisible to others. I am not neglecting the visible parts of your life. I am making sure that what I build there has something solid beneath it. A life built on changed circumstances alone will not hold. A life built on a genuinely changed person, that is what lasts. That is what I am building in you. You are also developing something in the area of discernment, a sharpened ability to sense what aligns with your path and what does not. It is not fully formed yet, but you are beginning to feel it, a quiet signal that rises when something is off, a sense of recognition when something is right. You have always had this, but it was buried under noise, under the urgency to please people, under the fear of missing out, under the habit of ignoring what you sensed in favor of what others expected. That noise is reducing, and as it reduces, you are beginning to hear clearly. I am also teaching you the value of your energy. You are not an unlimited resource. You were never meant to give yourself equally to everything and everyone who asked. The demands on you have never stopped, and for a long time you met them without asking whether they were yours to meet. You are starting to ask that question now. You are starting to notice when something drains you and when something restores you. You are starting to understand that protecting your energy is not selfishness, It is stewardship. And I am the one who placed that understanding inside you. The person you are becoming is not being formed in easy conditions. I am not building you in a greenhouse. The strength I am placing in you is being built in real weather, in real uncertainty, real pressure, real moments where the ground felt unstable and you had to find your footing anyway. This is how genuine strength forms, not in the absence of difficulty, but in the presence of it. Standing, choosing, moving forward. And every time you have done that, something in you has become more capable of doing it again. Something in you has grown a ring, the way a tree grows in a hard season, thicker, denser, more able to hold. Something has changed in the way you see. Not your physical sight. The sight that matters most is the one happening beneath that. The way you read situations, the way you read people, the way you read your own life. There is a clarity forming in you that was not there before, and I want you to understand what it is and where it is coming from, because you will need it, and you will need to trust it. There are things that once pulled your attention without question, urgencies that felt real but were not, distractions that dressed themselves as opportunities, conversations and situations that felt important in the moment and cost you days of your life. You are no longer as easily drawn by those things. You are beginning to notice the difference between what is genuinely calling you forward and what is simply making noise. That distinction, small as it may seem, is one of the most important things I can teach a person. And you are learning it. I am sharpening your discernment. Not the kind that makes you suspicious of everything or closed off from life, but the kind that gives you ground to stand on when a decision has to be made. The kind that helps you recognize when something aligns with your path and when it does not, even when it looks attractive on the surface. You have made choices in the past that looked right from the outside but felt wrong within hours. That feeling was real. I am making it louder, clearer, and harder to dismiss. Your priorities are also reshaping themselves. This is happening quietly but unmistakably. Things you once organized your life around are losing their position. Things you once treated as secondary are beginning to demand more of your attention and your care. This is not confusion about what matters. This is a realignment. I am recalibrating what holds weight in your life, and the process sometimes feels like disorientation before it settles into clarity. But settle it will. And when it does, you will look at your life and see it organized around something truer than what organized it before. You're also becoming more honest about how you have been spending your time. Not in a way that produces guilt, but in a way that produces change. You are starting to see where your hours have been going, what they have been building, and whether what they have been building is what you actually want. That kind of honesty is not comfortable, but it is necessary. I am not placing this awareness in you to burden you. I am placing it in you because you are ready to act on it, and because the life I have for you ahead requires that you show up to it with intention. There is a growing stillness in you as well, and it is one of the signs that I am most pleased to see. Not the stillness of someone who has given up, but the stillness of someone who has stopped needing to fill every silence with movement. You are learning to sit inside uncertainty without immediately trying to resolve it. You are learning to hold an unanswered question without it destabilizing you. That capacity to remain centered in the middle of what is not yet clear is something that most people spend their entire lives without developing. You are developing it now. Alongside the stillness, there is also a growing conviction in you about what you are called to. Not a loud, dramatic certainty, but a quiet and persistent knowing that has been growing in the background of your days. A sense of direction that does not require the approval of others to feel real. A knowledge of what you are built for that goes deeper than what you have yet been able to put into words. I place that knowing there. It is mine and it belongs to you, and no opinion in the world can take it from you once you decide to stand inside it. You are also learning to stop explaining yourself to people who have not asked to understand you. This is a profound form of freedom, and you are just beginning to walk in it. There was a time when you needed people around you to validate your path before you felt safe enough to walk it. You wanted agreement before you moved. You wanted endorsement before you believed. I am not saying that community is without value. I built you for relationship. But I am teaching you the difference between drawing on the wisdom of those who walk with you and depending on the approval of those who are simply watching. Every part of this sharpening serves a specific purpose. I am not increasing your discernment so that you can observe your life more clearly from a distance. I am increasing it so that you can move through your life more precisely, so that when the right opportunity comes, you will not mistake it for the wrong one, so that when the right person steps into your path, you will not dismiss them, so that when I open a door that is specifically yours, you will recognize it and step through it with confidence rather than hesitation. The person you are becoming can carry this level of sight. The older version of you might have found it overwhelming to see so clearly, to feel so precisely, to be so awake to what is right and what is wrong in the decisions in front of you. But the you that is rising now has the capacity for it. You have been built up to carry it, and you will use it well. Clarity is a gift, and I am giving it to you, not in one moment of sudden revelation, but as a steady and growing light inside you that is making your path more visible with every step you take forward. And that light does not fade. It is not borrowed from your circumstances. It is rooted in me, and I am not going anywhere. There is a new quality of confidence rising in you, and I want you to understand what kind it is, because it is nothing like what the world calls confidence. The world's version is loud. It announces itself. It leans on achievement and appearance, and the reactions of others to know whether it is real. What I am building in you is entirely different. It is quiet. It does not need applause to stand. It does not need agreement to hold its position. It rises from something deeper than performance, and it remains even when the room goes silent. This confidence is rooted in a settled understanding of who you are, not based on what you have produced or what others have said about you or how well things have gone. It is rooted in something I have been placing in you over time. A knowledge of your own worth that did not come from a single experience, but from a slow and steady work inside you that is now beginning to surface. You are starting to carry yourself differently, not arrogantly, but with a kind of quiet assurance that belongs to someone who knows they are not walking alone. As this confidence takes shape in you, something else is happening as well. You are beginning to draw different things into your life. The connections you are making, the opportunities that are presenting themselves, the situations you are finding yourself in. These are beginning to shift in quality. This is not coincidence, like calls to like. As the person you are becoming grows clearer and stronger, what you attract begins to match it. The old patterns of connection, where you gave more than you received, where you made yourself small to keep the peace, where you tolerated what you should not have, those are losing their grip on your life. The people who are meant to be part of this next season of your life are not the same kind of people you have been accustomed to. They are not people who need you to diminish yourself in order to feel comfortable. They are people who recognize what is in you, who value it, who contribute to your path rather than redirect it away from itself. Some of them are already close. Some of them are still on their way. But they are coming, and you will know them. Not by how much they impress you, but by how fully you can breathe when you are around them. I also want to speak to you about the relationships you are currently in, the ones that have been tested by this season of change. Not every relationship that has felt strained is one that needs to end. Some of the people who matter to you are simply adjusting to the version of you that is emerging. They are not threatened by your growth, but they are navigating it. Give them time, not indefinitely, and not at the cost of who you're becoming, but with the patience of someone who understands that change requires adjustment from everyone it touches. The ones who are truly for you will find their footing. Receive this word now if you know it belongs to your life. You are also becoming more aware of what you bring into rooms and conversations. Your presence is not neutral. Something in you carries a quality that affects the atmosphere around you, not in a mystical way that requires explanation, but in the plain way that any person of substance affects their environment. You steady people. You bring a quality of attentiveness that others feel without being able to name. You carry a measure of calm that people around you draw on without asking for it. This is not burden, it is calling. And I am teaching you to carry it with intention rather than carelessness. There will be people who come to you with questions they cannot ask anyone else. People who are looking for something settled in the middle of their unsettledness. They will not always explain why they come to you, but they will come. And when they do, what you carry will be exactly what they need. Not because you have all the answers, but because the work I have done in you has made you a place where something solid can be found. This is part of what you are becoming, a person in whose presence others find ground to stand on. This is not a role that comes with performance. You do not have to manufacture it or maintain it by effort. It is something that flows from who you genuinely are, from the work that has already been done, and the work that is still continuing. The most powerful thing you can do is simply keep becoming what I am making you. Keep allowing the work. Keep choosing the path when it is uncomfortable. Keep moving forward when the forward motion feels uncertain. The influence that belongs to this version of you does not require that you pursue it. It will follow you. Your energy is also becoming more specific. You have learned to stop spreading it thinly across too many things and too many people. You are learning to concentrate it, to bring the full weight of your attention to the things that actually deserve it, and to hold back from the things that are simply consuming without giving anything in return. This is not a small discipline. It is one of the marks of someone who has begun to truly understand their own value. And it will compound over time into results that will surprise you. What I am forming in you is not a version of success that you have seen demonstrated in the lives of others and decided to imitate. It is something original to who you are, something that only you can carry in the exact way you will carry it. The path ahead of you is not a copy of anyone else's path. It is yours, designed around what I placed in you before you had words for any of it, shaped by everything you have lived and pointed toward a destination that was set before this season began. I want to speak to you about courage, not the kind that requires no fear, but the kind that moves forward while the fear is still present, the kind that does not wait for certainty before it acts, the kind that has been growing in you quietly under the surface of this season, and is now becoming strong enough to act on, because there are things ahead of you that will require it. Not tomorrow, not someday, in the days and decisions that are already in front of you. There are things you have been putting off because you could not see how they would work out. Choices you have been circling rather than making. Directions you have felt pulled toward but held back from because the outcome was not guaranteed. I understand the logic of that hesitation. It feels responsible. It feels wise. But there comes a point where hesitation is no longer wisdom. It is simply a more comfortable name for fear. And I am telling you now, you are past that point. The time to act is not when everything is clear. The time to act is now, with the clarity you have, in the direction you already feel me pulling you. This does not mean recklessness. It does not mean moving without prayer or without consideration. It means trusting that I do not call people toward things and then abandon them in the middle of the journey. I have never asked you to walk somewhere and then left you to walk it alone. The fear you feel at the edge of a new decision is real, but it is not information about whether you should move. It is information about how much this matters. And the things that matter most are always the ones that cost the most to reach for. You have stood at edges before. You have felt the vertigo of not knowing what was on the other side, and you have made the choice to move anyway. You may not have called it courage at the time. You may have called it necessity or desperation, or simply the absence of any other option. But it was courage. And every time you moved forward at an edge, something in you grew that could not have grown any other way. That growth is part of what has made you ready for this season. And this season will ask for more of it. There is also something I want to say about timing. You have spent time wondering whether things will work out, whether the circumstances will align, whether the moment will be right. I want to replace that wondering with something more solid. My timing is not slow, it is precise. The things I am working toward in your life are not delayed, they are placed. Every moment that has felt like waiting has been a moment of positioning, of arranging what needed to be arranged, of preparing what needed to be prepared, of making certain that what comes to you comes at the moment that will serve it best. When a door opens before the right moment, what enters through it is not ready, and what you receive before you are ready does not stay. I have watched this happen in lives I love, and I will not do it to yours. I am not withholding what is good from you. I am making sure that when it comes, it finds you fully capable of receiving it, holding it, and building with it. That is not absence, that is care. And the delay you have felt is not punishment. It is precision. I also want to speak to the moments when you feel that you cannot go on. Not the dramatic version of that feeling, but the quiet, daily version. The mornings when the effort feels too much. The evenings when the distance still to travel looks larger than the ground already covered. I know those moments. I am in them with you. And what I want you to hold in those moments is this. You are not required to carry the full weight of what lies ahead. You're only required to take the next step, the one directly in front of you. One step with what you have, from where you are. That is all I ask in any given moment. The courage I am building in you is not for a single defining event. It is for the accumulation of daily choices. The decision to be honest when dishonesty would be easier. To speak when silence would be safer. To trust when doubt is what everything around you is offering. It is for the practice of showing up to your own life, fully, rather than at a reduced and manageable version of it. Every day you make those choices, the courage in you grows larger, and it is growing. There is also something being settled in you about your identity that is connected to all of this. You are becoming someone who knows, at a level that is harder and harder to shake, that your worth is not contingent on performance. It is not something you earn back after a failure. It is not something that diminishes when others are disappointed. It was given to you, it is held by me, and nothing that happens in the visible world can add to it or remove from it. Once that truth settles fully in you, it changes what you are willing to risk, because you are no longer risking your worth. Your worth is already secured. The path forward will not always be marked clearly. There will be seasons where the next step is visible and the step after that is not. That is not a failure of direction. That is the design of a journey that requires trust. I will show you what you need to see when you need to see it. I will not withhold the light required for the step in front of you. And I am asking you to trust that and to move. Not when the whole road is lit, but when the next step is clear. That is all trust has ever required. That is all I have ever asked. There is a moment coming, not a distant or hypothetical one, but one that is genuinely close, when you will look at your own life and not immediately recognize it. Not because it has become unrecognizable in a frightening way, but because it has become what you once could only barely allow yourself to hope for. You will stand in a season of your life and realize that the things that once held you have released you. That the weight you carried for so long has been set down. That the person you are is not the person who entered this season, and that the difference is so real and so complete that it will be difficult to remember exactly how the old version of you felt from the inside. I want you to receive that now, not as a distant promise, but as something already in motion, because it is. The arrival is not a single moment. It is the accumulation of every small movement you have made toward it. Every time you chose to trust instead of collapse. Every time you moved forward instead of retreating into the familiar. Every time you stayed in the discomfort of growth instead of escaping back into comfort. All of that is building towards something visible, and the visible part is closer than it appears. There is a peace that is settling in you that I want you to pay attention to. Not the peace of resolution, not the peace that comes when problems are solved and questions are answered. This is a different kind. It is the peace that arrives when a person has decided, at a level beneath words, that they are going to trust me completely. Not partially, not conditionally, not only in the areas where trust feels safe. Completely. That decision creates a quality of interior stillness that nothing on the outside can produce, and nothing on the outside can take away. I see that decision forming in you. I am honoring it. You have been through seasons that ask things of you that you were not sure you had to give. Seasons where the demands outweighed what you could see in yourself. And yet, here you are, not diminished, not broken, not reduced to a smaller version of what you were. Here and growing, and more than what you were before this season started. That is not a small thing. That is something I want you to sit with for a moment, not with pride, but with honest recognition. You're still here, and the you that is still here is not the same you that entered. Something has been added that was not there before. I am also establishing something in you that has to do with your future and the ones you love. The work I am doing in you does not stay within you. It flows outward. The stability I am building in you will create stability around you. The peace I am placing in you will reach the ones you carry in your prayers. The strength I am establishing in your foundation will become part of the foundation that those you love will stand on. Not because you make yourself into a burden bearer, but because people who love you will feel the solidity of what I have built in you and will draw steadiness from it. That is part of the purpose of this transformation. It was never only for you. There is also a new relationship forming between you and hope. Not the fragile kind that depends on good news to sustain itself, but the kind that has weight, that has roots, that does not fold when the circumstances argue against it. You have known the fragile kind, the hope that rises with good signs and collapses with bad ones. I am replacing that with something more substantial. A hope that is grounded in what I have said rather than what you see. A hope that stands in the middle of contradicting evidence because it is not founded on evidence to begin with. It is founded on me. I want to speak plainly about what the rest of this journey will look like, because I will not give you something you are not prepared for. It will not be without difficulty. There will still be seasons that press hard. There will still be moments of uncertainty and moments where the path requires more courage than the moment before. I am not promising you a life that never asks hard things of you. I am promising you a self that is equipped to meet them, and a presence that goes ahead of you into every one of them. You will not face a single thing alone. Not a single decision. Not a single moment of darkness. Not a single step of unfamiliar ground. I am already there. What changes is not that the road becomes easier. What changes is who you are on the road. The same distance feels different when you are carrying it from a place of strength rather than a place of depletion. The same challenge looks different when you face it with clarity rather than confusion. The same life opens up differently when the person living it has been rebuilt from the inside out and is no longer operating from the old fears and the old wounds and the old patterns that once determined everything. That is what I am building, and that rebuilt person is who you are becoming. You will not always be in this season of transition. This intensity, this rearrangement, this particular quality of internal pressure, it is not permanent. It is purposeful, and it is leading you somewhere. The other side of this season holds things that your heart has been reaching toward, things I have been arranging, things that are yours. Not because you earned them perfectly, but because I am a God who finishes what He starts. And I started something in you, and I will complete it. So hear this, and let it settle in the place where you keep the things that matter. I am not done with you. I have not exhausted my plans for your life. The best of what I have for you is not in your past. It is ahead. And the person you are becoming is exactly the person who is ready to receive it. Walk forward. Hold steady. Trust what you cannot yet see. The one doing the work is faithful, and the work will be finished. Say, yes, I receive this. If your heart is open to all that I have promised you today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Something drew you here. Something older than chance, quieter than coincidence. That pull you felt, that gentle stirring that would not leave you alone, that was me. I was the one calling. I have been calling for a long time. Before the foundations of the world were laid, I saw this moment. I saw the road you would walk. I saw the valleys that would take your breath away and the mountains that would seem impossible to climb. I saw every wrong turn and every long detour, and I made sure that through all of it, through every winding, painful, confusing mile of it, you would arrive right here. This moment was written in eternity, and you are exactly where you are supposed to be. I need you to hear something today. Not with the part of you that analyzes and debates. Not with the part of you that has been disappointed before and learned to hold hope at a distance. I need you to hear what I am about to say with the deepest part of you. The part that already knows it is true, that has been waiting to hear it spoken plainly. You are seen. You are known. You have never been forgotten. I have watched you in the quiet. I have been there in the hours when the house was still and sleep would not come. When your mind turned over every fear, every unanswered question, every burden you had no one to hand to. I sat with you in that silence. You thought you were alone in it. You were not. I was there, closer than you knew, holding more than you could see. I did not look away. I did not grow tired of your sorrow or impatient with your grief. I held every single one as something precious. Not one tear was wasted. Not one cry went unheard. You have never prayed into an empty room. Every word you ever sent toward heaven reached me, and every word mattered. I saw you give when you'd almost nothing left. I saw you hold yourself together in public when you were falling apart in private. I watched you push through days that should have finished you. I watched you protect those you love, even when no one was protecting you. I witnessed the strength it took to keep believing when the evidence around you seemed to say that believing was foolish. I saw all of it. Not one moment has escaped my attention. I saw the betrayals that broke something in you. I watched the ones you trusted the most become the source of your deepest wounds. I witnessed how your kindness was used against you, how your loyalty was mistaken for weakness, how the people who should have covered you became the ones who exposed you to the cold. I watched you carry that pain quietly, refusing to become bitter, choosing to keep your heart open even when every instinct said to close it. That was not weakness. That was one of the most courageous things I have ever watched a person do. There were mornings you did not want to rise. There were seasons you prayed the same prayers so many times they began to feel worn, like cloth that has been washed until it grows thin. You wondered if your faith was enough. You wondered if the silence from heaven meant the answer was no. My child, the silence was never no. The silence was not even silence. It was the sound of deep work being done in places you could not see. Every moment you held on when you wanted to let go, something in you grew stronger. Every time you chose trust when doubt would have been easier, something in you was being shaped for a purpose greater than anything you had asked me for. You were not forgotten in the waiting. A seed buried deep in dark soil cannot see the sun. It cannot feel the warmth of the season changing above it. It simply receives what I send down into the ground and grows. That is what was happening in your life during the long, quiet, seemingly fruitless stretch. You were growing, deeper than you knew, stronger than you felt. There were nights you asked me why it was taking so long, why others seemed to move forward while you stayed still, why the door kept closing just when it seemed about to open. I heard every one of those questions. I want you to know they were never impertinent. They were honest. And I love your honesty. You were not demanding more than I could give. You were reaching for what I had already promised. That kind of faith, the kind that keeps reaching even through the confusion, is not a small thing to me. And now something has changed. The season has turned. I cannot tell you the exact moment it shifted, but I can tell you that it did. Something is different now. You can feel it even if you cannot name it. There is a stirring that was not there before, a sense that the ground beneath your life is moving again, that something long dormant is beginning to wake. That is not imagination. That is confirmation. What is coming is not a small improvement on what you have known. It is the fullness of everything I promised. And I do not break my promises. Declare your Amen if you believe God has been with you through every season of your life. Now I need to tell you something that is going to reframe everything you have been through. Something that will change the way you look at the hardest seasons of your life. Because there is something that has been happening in the unseen realm. Something you did not fully understand while you were in the middle of it. The enemy has been terrified of you. Not cautious, not slightly concerned. Terrified. He has known things about you that you forgot about yourself. He has seen the anointing placed on your life, the calling, the assignment, the weight of purpose that was written over you before you took your first breath. He has watched heaven's investment in you, and he has known that when you finally step into the fullness of who I created you to be, something extraordinary will happen. Chains will break. Hearts will open. Lives will change. What I have placed in you carries the power to reach far beyond you. That is why he fought you so hard. He did not come against you because you were weak. He came against you because you were powerful. He did not oppose you because you were insignificant. He opposed you because your significance in my kingdom is far greater than he ever wanted you to discover. Every time he could make you feel small, worthless, forgotten, too far gone, he was buying time. He was trying to keep you from waking up to what you actually carry. Every setback in your life was not random misfortune. It was warfare. Every door that closed at the wrong moment, warfare. Every relationship that fell apart, strategic opposition. Every season of delay when breakthrough seemed so close and then pulled away. Not accident, not punishment, not divine abandonment. Warfare. The enemy does not waste resources on things that do not matter. He was terrified of your next season. He still is. Those who hurt you deepest and most deliberately, they were being used. I am not excusing what they did. What they did caused real damage and real pain, and I take that seriously. But the enemy worked through the people closest to you precisely because that is where wounds go deepest. He was not trying to inconvenience you. He was trying to make you abort your purpose. He was trying to make the pain so great that you would close your heart, give up your calling, and spend the rest of your days surviving instead of living. But you did not. You are still here. And that is not a small thing. That alone tells you something. That alone is a sign that what I placed in you is not finished. I have not changed my mind about you. I have not revised your calling based on what you have been through. I have not handed your assignment to someone else while you were in the valley. My gifts and purposes, once given, are not taken back. You are still marked. You are still chosen. The anointing on your life has not faded. It has been deepened by the very suffering the enemy meant to use against you. The fire was not punishment. It was preparation. Every moment inside it was doing something in you that comfort alone could never have built. The prolonged seasons of lack were not evidence of my absence. They were evidence of his fear. He was placing obstacle after obstacle in your path because he could see where the path was leading. He saw the destination even when you could not, and it frightened him. I want you to stop seeing your past through his eyes and start seeing it through mine. When I look at what you have walked through, I do not see a person diminished by their trials. I see a person refined by them. I see someone who has been tested at the deepest level and did not break. I see someone who chose faith when the evidence pointed everywhere else. I see someone who kept praying when the prayers felt hollow, who kept trusting when trust felt foolish. who kept their hands open when every wound in them said to close up and protect yourself. That is not a person who has been weakened. That is a person who has been made ready. And now I am telling you, his time of opposition in this season is over. The window he was trying to close is opening. The momentum he was trying to stop is building. What he designed to bury you has become the very thing that positioned you. What he sent to destroy you has become the foundation you are standing on. Do not mistake this for easy optimism. I am not giving you pleasant words to make you feel better for an hour. I am speaking a decree over your life. What I decree does not return void. What I declare in heaven becomes reality on the earth. And I am declaring it now. Every scheme formed against you in this season is being dismantled. Every weapon raised against you is being turned back. The enemy overplayed his hand. He pushed too far, pressed too hard, and crossed a line that made me move on your behalf. That is what you are feeling right now. That is the shift in the air. That is me moving. I know that you have come through this carrying wounds. I know the weariness in your bones is real. The places where trust was broken are real. The questions that linger at the back of your mind about whether you are enough, whether the damage is too deep, those are real too. I am not asking you to pretend otherwise. I am asking you to give those wounds to me. Lay them down and let me show you what I am about to do with every single one. Because I have been watching this whole time, working this whole time, holding you this whole time, and I am about to make the enemy regret every move he ever made against you. Say, I receive this, if you believe the enemy's assignment against your life is being broken right now. There are lies you have been living under, whispers that have been running so long in the background of your thinking that they began to feel like truth. I am about to dismantle every single one of them. The enemy told you that you are a failure. I say you are someone I have been forming into a world changer. The enemy whispered that you are too broken to be used. I say your brokenness is exactly what qualifies you for the assignment I have given you, because you have learned things in the broken places that the untested never could. The enemy told you that you missed your window, that you left it too late, that the season for your life has come and gone. I say your moment is now. I am opening doors that no force on this earth can shut. The enemy declared that you are forgotten, that no one of significance sees you or cares what becomes of you. I declare that you are chosen before the foundation of the world, that your name is written on the palms of my hands. The enemy screamed that you are worthless. I announce that you are priceless, worth the blood of my own son, worth every sacrifice, worth everything it cost to bring you back to me. The enemy said you will never recover from what happened. I say full restoration is coming, not a patched-up version of what you had, but something rebuilt and renewed from the ground up. The enemy proclaimed that your best days are behind you. I prophesy that the days ahead are greater than anything that came before, not in spite of what you suffered, because of what you suffered. The suffering deepened you. The trials widened your capacity. You can carry more now than you could before, and what I am about to release requires someone who can carry it. The enemy said, you made too many mistakes. I say your past is covered, and I remember your failures no more. The enemy insisted you are too weak for what lies ahead. I say my strength is made perfect in your weakness, that the very places where you run out of yourself are where my power rests most completely on you. The enemy told you that you are disqualified by your history. I declare that you are called and chosen according to my purpose, and no history under my forgiveness can disqualify you. The enemy claimed you are abandoned. that the people who matter have left and those who remain do not understand. I say I will never leave you. I have been beside you through every valley, and I will be beside you through every mountain still ahead. You are accepted. You are held. You are never alone. Who are you going to believe? The voice of the accuser whose only purpose is to steal and destroy, or the voice of your Creator who gave everything to restore you? The lie that has dimmed your life, or the truth that sets you free? Choose now, not tomorrow, now. Choose what you will allow to stand as true in your heart about who you are and what is coming for you. Now hear me on this. There is a seal that has been placed over your provision. It has been the source of the strain in that area of your life. The sense that no matter how hard you worked, the supply was never quite enough. That doors closed just before you could walk through them. That seal was never meant to be permanent. I allowed it as a testing season, to see if you would keep trusting me when nothing seemed to be working, to see if your faith was real or only present when conditions were easy. You passed. You did not do it perfectly. You wavered. You had your moments of doubt, but you did not abandon your faith. You did not close your hands. You did not walk away. And because of that, because of the faith you held when faith was the hardest thing to hold, the seal is cracking open right now. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I'm preparing. Let your faith breathe for a moment. This is sacred ground, an act of trust made before any evidence arrives, before any proof appears. That is faith in its purest form, and I receive it. The provision seal is breaking open. Resources are being released that have been held in reserve. Provision will come from directions you did not anticipate, through pathways you did not think to look down. I say this not to paint an easy picture, but because it is what I have already set in motion. The supply that felt blocked is beginning to flow. What felt like perpetual lack is making way for a new season of overflow. Stop bracing for shortage. I know that is what long seasons of struggle teach a heart to do. It becomes a form of self-protection, a way of guarding against disappointment one more time. But a heart that is braced against loss cannot open wide enough to receive what is coming. A closed posture cannot gather what I am sending. Open your expectations. Open your hands. Open your belief to the possibility that this time is different. Because this time, it is. The provision seal is open, and I am faithful to fill every space I open. There is a second seal I want to speak about now. The seal that has been placed over your relationships. This is the one that has been feeding the loneliness. The one that made you feel as though you could be surrounded by people and still feel profoundly alone. The one that kept the right connections just out of reach. That brought people into your life who could not see your value or chose not to honor it. That left you wondering if genuine connection was even something you were made for. I know the loneliness has been deep. I know there were seasons when you looked around at what surrounded you and felt the ache of being misunderstood, underestimated, or simply unseen. I know what it is to watch others walk in the connections you longed for while you stood at a distance. I am not dismissing that pain. I witnessed every moment of it. But I need you to understand something about why the isolation came. The clearing was not only the enemy's work. I allowed some of the emptying because what was filling your life was holding you back. Some of the connections that were removed were connections that were diminishing you, not building you, not calling out the greatness I placed in you, not walking with you toward what I had prepared for your life. Some of them were comfortable in ways that were actually keeping you small. You had outgrown certain relationships, but the security of the familiar made it impossible to move forward. So I cleared space, not to wound you, to make room. What I am sending into your life now cannot arrive until the space is prepared. You cannot put new wine into old wineskins. The connections I have been holding in preparation for you, the ones who will recognize the anointing on your life, who will open doors you could not open for yourself, who will stand beside you without needing to reduce you in order to feel secure. They cannot enter a life where there is no room for them. The clearing hurt. I know it did, but it was preparation, not punishment. People are being sent from places you would not think to look. They are already in motion. A mentor who carries keys to your next level is being positioned by an arrangement you did not orchestrate. A partner who understands your purpose is on the way. Someone who will look at you and immediately recognize what you carry. They are coming. These are not random meetings. These are encounters designed in eternity and timed to the hour. When they arrive, you will know. Something in your spirit will recognize the divine fingerprint on the introduction. These connections will be different from what you have experienced before. They will not take more than they give. They will not shrink in the presence of your gifts. They will not compete with your calling or resent your growth. They will call it out. They will press you further into what I have placed in you. They will see in you what I have always seen, and they will refuse to let you settle for less. That is the nature of the divine connections I am sending. They do not flatter, they build. They do not accommodate your weaknesses. They help you grow past them. When you encounter them, hold on. They are rare. They are intentional. They are from me. I'm also speaking about restoration. Not every broken relationship will be restored. Not all of them should be, and I will give you wisdom to know the difference. But some of the severed connections that still carry weight in your heart, the ones where grief, not relief, rises when you think of them, some of those are not over. Reconciliation is coming in those places. An apology is on its way from someone you had stopped expecting to hear it from. A conversation is coming that will change the way you understand what happened. Some bridges you thought were permanently burned are being rebuilt by my hand. I know you have been careful with your heart since the last time it was broken. I know the walls went up for good reason. I am not asking you to pull them down recklessly or to trust those who have not earned it. I am asking you to trust me. Trust that I can bring the right people through every wall you have built. Trust that I can restore what genuine divine purpose holds together. Trust that the deep hunger you carry for real community, for relationships where you can be fully known and still fully loved, is not you asking for too much. It is evidence that I made you for it. I do not create longings without the capacity to fulfill them. I do not make a heart that aches for belonging and then leave that ache permanently unanswered. The longing is there because the fulfillment is coming. The ache is there because the answer is real. You were not made for isolation. You were made for deep, rooted, faithful connection. The kind that sharpens you, that holds you accountable with gentleness, that speaks to what I placed in you without envy. That connection is being released now. The seal over your relationships is breaking. The isolation is not your permanent address. It was a chapter, a long, costly, necessary chapter, and the chapter is closing. When someone new crosses your path in this season, do not be so armored against disappointment that you miss a divine appointment. Pay attention in the unexpected places. A conversation that goes deeper than the surface. A person whose words land exactly where you needed them to. A connection that feels strangely familiar, even though it is new. Those are not coincidences. I am in those moments. I am the one arranging them. Watch for the introductions I am making in your life. They are not by chance, they are by design. Now we come to the third seal, and this one is the deepest. This is the seal over your purpose. It is the one that has kept you in a long holding pattern, circling the same territory, feeling the restlessness of someone who knows they were built for more, but cannot seem to find the door that leads there. This is the seal behind the nagging sense that something is missing. Not from your circumstances, but from your life at its core. The quiet dissatisfaction that followed you even into seasons when things were relatively fine on the outside. That dissatisfaction was not ingratitude. It was a signal. I put it there. I designed you with a longing for your true calling, and that longing does not go quiet just because life gets busy or comfortable. It stays. It persists. It presses against the ordinary until you pay attention. If you have been feeling it, that is not a problem to manage. That is a call to answer. You were made for a specific assignment, not a general one. A specific one. I did not create you and then release you into the world with a vague hope that something meaningful might find you. I gave you gifts that point in a particular direction. I gave you a history that prepared you for a particular work. I gave you passions that light up when you move towards certain things and grow dim when you move away. I gave you a capacity for certain kinds of pain, the kind that breaks you open instead of just breaking you. The kind that makes you able to sit with others who are suffering what you once survived. All of that is intentional. All of it is pointing somewhere. The seal over your purpose was placed there in part because of timing, and in part because of fear. The timing I will speak to in a moment, but the fear, I want to address that first. Because the fear of your calling is one of the most effective tools the enemy has used against you. The fear took many shapes. The fear that you would try and fail publicly, that the thing you feel called to would expose you to ridicule or rejection. The fear that you were mistaken, that what you sense as calling is actually just wishful thinking. The fear that you have waited too long, that the opportunity has passed, that others have already done what you were meant to do. The fear that you are not qualified, that someone more prepared, more polished, more credentialed should be standing where you feel drawn to stand. The fear that stepping forward would mean stepping away from safety, and safety after everything you have been through felt like the only thing you could count on. I want to answer every one of those fears right now. You will not fail in a way that defeats my purpose. I have never commissioned someone for an assignment and then abandoned them to the outcome. I give what is needed for what I ask. What I call you to, I equip you for. Not always before the moment, but in the moment, which means the preparation you feel you are lacking will arrive precisely when you need it. Step toward the calling and watch what I release as you move. You are not mistaken about what you carry. I know you have questioned it. I know you have tried to talk yourself out of it. It seemed too large, too specific, too unlikely. But the longing was not random. Longings of that depth do not generate themselves. I placed it in you, and I placed it there deliberately. What you feel drawn toward is not a dream you invented. It is a picture I painted inside you of what I always intended. You have not waited too long. I do not operate on the world's timeline. I do not look at your age or your history and calculate whether it is too late. I look at readiness, and readiness is something I determine, not the calendar. Many of the ones I used most powerfully came into their fullness later than the world would have expected. The prolonged preparation was not failure. It was depth being built beneath the surface. What grows slowly grows strongest. And you are qualified. Not because of credentials, because of consecration. Not because of what you have built, because of what you have been through. The very things that seem to disqualify you have shaped you for the work. The brokenness, the long seasons, the unconventional path, all of it has made you exactly right for what I am asking you to do. I do not need polished people. I need yielded ones. I need those who have been broken enough to know they cannot do this alone. That is who you are. And that is exactly who I need. The third seal is shattering now. What has been locked away is being released. The clarity you have been searching for is coming. Not all at once, because I never show you everything at once. But the next step is becoming visible. The next door is opening. The path forward is beginning to illuminate beneath your feet. You do not need the full map. You only need the next step. Take it. Leave the old seasons thinking behind. You cannot carry the smallness of what was into the fullness of what is coming. Stop waiting until you feel ready. Readiness is built by moving, not by waiting. Step forward, not because you have everything figured out. Step forward because I am asking you to. That has always been enough, and it is enough today. Say, "Yes, Lord," if you are ready to walk into the purpose you were created for. Something has been set in motion in your life that I want to describe to you, because understanding it will change the way you move through the days ahead. When all three seals break, and they are breaking right now as these words reach your spirit, something is released that I can only describe this way. A drawing force. A spiritual gravity that begins to pull toward you the things I have ordained for your life. You will not need to chase what is yours. You will not need to force doors open or manufacture outcomes or hustle yourself into exhaustion, trying to make things happen in your own strength. What is meant for you will begin finding you. Resources will start moving in your direction. Not always in the ways you expect. I rarely work in the ways you expect because my paths are wider than your plans. An unexpected provision will arrive from a source you did not think to look to. Something you had written off will resurface. A door you stopped knocking on will open. An opportunity you never applied for will present itself. This is not luck. This is the law of my kingdom, working on your behalf. The same law that says when you seek first what belongs to me, everything else is added. You have been seeking. The addition is coming. People will begin moving toward you rather than away from you. The right voices will find their way into your circle. Those who carry keys to your next level are being drawn by a force they may not even understand. They will simply sense that they need to know you, that something in them recognizes something in you. Let them in. They are not accidents. When the right connection arrives wearing the face of a coincidence, know that I arranged the meeting. Nothing in this season is random. Everything that finds you is being sent. Favor will begin opening what opposition closed. Systems and structures that seem to work against you will shift. People who overlooked you will suddenly see you clearly. Processes that dragged and stalled will move forward. The ground that was hard beneath your feet is softening. What was resistant is becoming cooperative. Favor is not something you earn. It is something I grant, and I am granting it over your life right now in measure you have not experienced before. But I need to warn you about something. When this shift begins, the opposition does not immediately retreat. In fact, when heaven begins to move powerfully on your behalf, the resistance often increases before it collapses. The enemy sees what is happening. He sees the momentum building, the doors beginning to swing, the provision beginning to flow, and he will launch one more wave of opposition to try to stop you before the breakthrough fully arrives. This is important for you to know, not to frighten you, but to prepare you. When discouragement presses in hard during this season, that is a sign you are close. When the voices of doubt get louder just as the path seems to be clearing, that is not evidence that you were wrong. That is confirmation that you are right. The enemy only attacks what threatens him. If he is turning up the pressure, it is because he can see what you cannot yet see from where you're standing. He can see where this is heading, and it terrifies him. Do not let him redirect your attention from what I am doing to what he is attempting. Keep your eyes fixed on me. Keep your mouth speaking what I have declared, not what circumstances seem to suggest. This matters more than you may realize. Your words carry weight in the Spirit. What you declare over your own life either cooperates with what I am releasing or works against it. If you keep declaring what the enemy has whispered, nothing ever changes. I will never get ahead. The door is always going to stay shut. You are agreeing with him, and you are pushing away what I am trying to send. Change your declarations. Not because speaking words is a formula or a magic ritual, but because your words reveal your faith, and your faith determines how fully you receive what I am releasing. Speak what you want to arrive, not what you fear is true. Speak provision. Speak purpose. Speak connection. Speak health. Speak peace restored. Let your mouth align with what heaven has already established over your life. There is something else I want to say about how you carry yourself in this season. Walk with the dignity of someone who is deeply loved by the God who made everything. Not in pride, in settled confidence. The world has a way of measuring people by their visible outcomes, by what they have accumulated or achieved or proven yet. But I do not measure you that way. I measure you by what I placed in you and by your faithfulness to it. And by that measure, you are already rich. Stay expectant. That word, expectant, is a posture, not just a feeling. It means you wake up each morning prepared to receive. You go through your day watching for what I am doing. You do not dismiss small signs as unimportant. You do not overlook a confirmation because you were looking for something larger. You live with the active awareness that I am moving in your situation, that my hand is on your life, that what I said is true even before you can see the evidence. Many people miss their breakthrough not because it did not come, but because they had stopped watching for it. They had lowered their expectations after too many disappointments. And when the thing they had been praying for arrived, it came in a shape they were not expecting, and they walked past it. Do not let that be you. Keep your heart open. Keep your eyes watching. The breakthrough may not arrive as you imagined, but it will arrive. And when it does, you will know. There is something I want you to understand about this new season that will protect you from unnecessary discouragement. Growth does not always look like growth while it is happening. A tree in winter looks dead. The leaves are gone. The branches are bare. Nothing visible is moving. But beneath the ground, the roots are still active, drawing strength, pressing deeper. What looks like stillness is often the most vital work. In the same way, there will be moments in what is coming where you will question whether anything is really changing. In those moments, trust the roots. Trust the work happening beneath what you can see. Things are moving. The season is shifting. Just because the fruit has not appeared does not mean the tree is not alive and growing. There is one more thing I want to speak over you before we close, and it may be the thing you needed most of all: healing. Not just healing in one area, healing across the full landscape of your life. I am speaking about the body that has been telling you something is wrong. I am speaking about the weariness that has gone so deep, it is not just tiredness, but something heavier, a kind of depletion that sleep alone cannot fix. I am speaking about the grief that has been sitting quietly in the background of your days, like a shadow you have learned to live around. I am speaking about the wound that is not fully closed, the one you think about when you are still, the one that aches when something brushes close to it. I am speaking about healing for all of it. I am the God who heals. Not was, am. What I did in every age I am still doing. The same power that has ever restored a broken body or a broken heart is fully active, fully present, fully available to you right now. I have not limited what I am willing to do in your life. I have not decided that your situation is too complicated or your need too large. There is no ceiling on my ability to heal, and there is no distance too great for my power to reach. Healing virtue is moving through your life right now, not because you earned it, but because I love you, and love does not leave its own in brokenness when it has the power to restore. The physical condition that has been troubling you is not beyond me. I made your body. I know every part of it, every function, every system, every place where something has gone wrong. And I am moving in those places now. Restoration is flowing into what was damaged. Strength is being returned to what was depleted. What the long season stole from you physically is being rebuilt by my hand. And the healing I am releasing is not only for your body, it is for the parts of you that pain has bent out of shape over the years. The part of you that learned to expect the worst because hope had let you down too many times. The part of you that stopped fully feeling things because feeling them was too costly. The part of you that wanted to trust but built walls instead, because the last time you trusted someone it cost you dearly. I'm healing those parts, gently, not by force. You cannot be forced into openness, but steadily as you allow me in, as you keep giving me the places that hurt instead of hiding them away. Steadily and surely I'm making you whole. I want to say something specific about the peace that has been missing. There is a particular kind of peace, a deep settledness that lives below the surface of circumstances, that holds you even when everything around you is in motion, that I designed you to carry. It is the peace that passes understanding, the peace that the world did not give you and the world cannot take from you. That peace has been robbed by the long seasons of strain and uncertainty. I am restoring it. You will begin to feel it returning, not as the absence of trouble, but as a quiet certainty beneath the trouble. An anchor that holds even when the water is rough. That is what is coming back to you. There is joy that has been buried under the weight of too many hard seasons. I am reaching for it. Not the performed kind, not the smile that covers what is still breaking underneath, but real joy. The kind that rises from the deep places. The kind that persists even when life is still complicated and not everything is resolved. The kind that is not contingent on circumstances, all making sense. The joy of knowing who holds you and knowing that what holds you will not let you go. I am also restoring years. I know what was lost. I know the seasons that passed that should have looked different, that should have held more life, more laughter, more fulfillment than they did. What the long drought took from you is not gone beyond recovery. I am a God who restores. Not by going backwards. I do not take you backwards. but by giving you a compressed season of such fullness that it replenishes what was missing. What was poured out will be refilled. What was worn thin will be renewed. What was taken will be returned. The account of loss is not the final account. I want you to know something that I need you to carry with you from this moment forward. I am with you, not as a figure from history, as a living presence beside you right now. Every morning you rise, I am already there. Every step you take into the unknown, I have already gone before you. Every moment you face that you feel unequipped for, I am standing beside you in it. There is not a room you will ever walk into, not a conversation you will ever face, not a decision you will ever make alone. I am in all of it. There will be days ahead when this season will be tested. Old fears will knock at the door of your thoughts. The voice of discouragement will try to make you forget what has been declared here. In those moments, come back to what you know, not what you feel in the moment. What you know. You know that I am faithful. You know that my promises are not empty. You know that I carried you through everything before, and what carried you through before is still here, still holding, still faithful. You are more than a conqueror, not in your own strength, but in mine. You do not need to manufacture courage. You do not need to pretend the road ahead is effortless. You only need to keep walking with me on it, trusting that I see what you cannot yet see, and that what I see is already good. I went before you to prepare the way. The road you are stepping onto has already been walked by me. You are not going somewhere I have not been. Follow me. I know the way through. The greatest chapter of your life is not the one behind you. It is the one beginning right now. Every promise spoken here belongs to you. Receive it, walk in it, and watch what I do. This is not the end of a conversation. It is the beginning of a different way of walking. You have been waiting for signs, for massive shifts, for the ground to tremble, but I am often found in the quiet persistence of your next right step. Do not look for applause or validation from the world to confirm your progress. True movement is internal, measured by your alignment with truth, not by the noise around you. Keep your focus steady. Carry this conviction into your ordinary day, your difficult conversations, and your silent moments. I am doing more than you can see. Declare, I trust you, Lord, if you receive everything spoken over your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Something happened while you were sleeping, and you know nothing about it yet. You did not hear it. You did not stir. You woke into an ordinary morning, and the walls of your room looked the same as they always look. But the ground beneath your life shifted in the dark hours, and you carried on without knowing. I let you sleep through it on purpose. Fear would have made you clutch at things I was trying to take out of your hands. I am speaking now with a heaviness in my voice, and it is not anger. It is grief. I have watched you come so close to what I set aside for you, then turn away at the last moment because no one told you it was real. That is why I will not let this hour pass in silence. Hear these words. Let them go down into you. There is a portion with your name on it, not a wish, not a feeling. A portion prepared, held, and waiting for a hand to reach out and take it. You have prayed for change in a voice so quiet you were not sure it left your chest. I heard all of it, every word you never finished, every request you buried because you were embarrassed to ask twice. I do not need volume to hear you. I have never needed it. My child, listen to me. There was a man named Jacob who lay down on hard ground with a stone under his head. He was running. He had nothing. He slept in the open like a man with no future. And in the night I opened heaven over that place, and a stairway stood between the dust where he lay and the throne where I sit. He saw it only because I let him see it. When he woke, he said something I want you to hear in your own mouth today. He said, "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I did not know it." That is you. That is exactly you. I have been in your house, in your long nights, in your kitchen at 3 in the morning when you could not sleep and you did not know it. I have been in the rooms where decisions were made about you while you sat outside those rooms with no voice. You thought you were alone in a hard season. You were never alone. You were guarded. Now let me tell you what I stopped. There was something forming against your life. It was not loud. It did not announce itself. It moved the way rot moves through wood, slowly, out of sight, until the whole beam gives way under weight. It was arranged to reach you in a season when you would have been too tired to resist it. It would have cost you far more than money. It would have cost you years. I put my hand out and it did not reach you. You will never see the full record of what I turned away. Some of it I will keep from you for the rest of your life, because knowing would only make you afraid of shadows that no longer exist. But I want you to understand something plainly. Certain doors that closed in your face were not rejections. They were me, standing in the doorway, refusing to let you walk into a room you would not have walked out of the same. You wept over some of those closed doors. I know you did. You asked me why the thing you wanted so badly slipped through your fingers when you had done everything right. I was not punishing you. I was steering you. There is a difference, and tonight you are finally able to hear it. Think of what happened in the palace of a king long ago. The king could not sleep, not 1 hour. So he called for the records of his kingdom to be spoken aloud in the middle of the night, and out of all those long accounts, the one reading landed on the name of a man who had done a good thing years before and had never been repaid for it. That man was asleep in his own bed across the city. He knew nothing. By morning, everything in his life had changed, and he had done nothing that day to cause it. I still work like that. Your name was spoken in a place you have never stood. It was spoken by someone who cannot explain why they thought of you. They felt a nudge they could not account for, and they moved. And what they set in motion is already traveling toward you. That nudge was mine. I want you to sit with that. Someone with more than they need was stirred in a quiet moment to release something toward a person they may never meet. They did not know your face. They did not know what you have survived. They only knew they could not shake the thought, and they acted. This is not luck. Luck has no memory and no aim. What is moving toward you knows exactly where it is going. You have spent years watching other people receive what you were still waiting on, and you built a private theory about yourself out of it. You decided you must be the kind of person things do not happen to. You never said it out loud, you just lived like it was true. And that quiet belief has done more damage to you than any hardship ever did. I am pulling that belief up by the root tonight. My beloved, you are not the exception to my goodness. You never were. You were simply on a slower road, and the slowness had a reason, and the reason is about to make sense to you. There is one thing I need from you now, and it is not perfection. It is attention. Stay awake to this. Some things arrive with noise and there is no missing them. Others arrive quietly and pass by anyone who is not paying attention. What I am bringing you is the second kind. It will not shout at you. It will come near, and it will wait, and it will need you to recognize it. So do not drift now. Do not let your mind wander back to the tired story you tell yourself about your life. That story is finished. I am telling you a new one, and I am telling it while you are still able to change what happens next. Declare your Amen if these words are finding your spirit. There is a weight you have been carrying that you could never name. You have described it to yourself 100 ways. Tiredness, stress, a season, getting older. None of those words were right, and you knew it, because rest did not touch it. You could sleep a full night and wake up already worn out. That was not your body. That was something attached to your path that had no right to be there. It was cut loose in the night. You will feel the difference before you understand it. Something in your chest will sit lighter. A dread you had grown so used to that you stopped noticing it will simply not be there one morning. Do not talk yourself out of that feeling. It is not your imagination playing kind tricks on you. It is the absence of a weight I removed. Some of what I cut loose was a situation. Some of it was a habit. And some of it, my child, was a person. I need you to hear that without flinching. Not everyone who is close to you is meant to travel the whole road with you. Some walked beside you for a stretch and were a real help in that stretch. And I do not erase what they gave you. But the road narrows ahead and they cannot come where you are going. And if you drag them forward, you will both be miserable in the attempt. You have already felt it. A conversation that used to be easy now takes effort. A room you used to enjoy now feels heavy the moment you walk in. You have been blaming yourself for that. You have wondered if you are becoming cold or difficult. You are not becoming cold. You are becoming clear. I am taking the fog out of your eyes, and clear sight is uncomfortable at first. When my servant Elisha stood surrounded by an enemy army, his young helper panicked at what he could see. Horses, chariots, no way out. Elisha prayed one thing only. He asked me to open the young man's eyes, and when I did, the boy saw the hills full of fire and horses and forces that had been standing there the entire time. Nothing on that hillside changed. His sight changed. That is what is happening to you now. Nothing around you has moved. Your eyes have been opened, and now you are seeing what was always there. You are going to see some things you would rather not see. A motive behind a kindness. A pattern in someone you excused for years. A place you kept returning to that was quietly costing you. This is not me making you suspicious. This is me making you wise. You cannot protect what you cannot see, and I am finished letting you be robbed in the dark. State, I trust you if you are ready to see clearly. Do not chase after what is leaving. That is the instruction I want you to hold most tightly in the coming days. When something loosens its grip on your life, your first instinct will be to grab it back. You will want to send the message, make the call, repair the thing that is coming apart. Sit on your hands. Let it go. What is falling away from you now is not falling because you failed. It is falling because it cannot hold the weight of what is coming. And I would rather it break now, empty, than break later while you are standing under it. I have never taken something from you without preparing something better. Not once. You may not have been able to trace it at the time, but I have never left a gap in your life open forever. Think of the woman who had nothing left but a little oil in a jar and a house full of debt collectors at the door. I did not send her money. I told her to gather empty vessels from every neighbor she had, as many as she could carry, and to shut the door behind her and pour. She poured into every empty thing in that house, and the oil did not stop until there was nothing left to fill. Notice what limited her. It was not my supply. It was the number of empty vessels she was willing to go and ask for. That is why I have been emptying things out of your life, my beloved, not to leave you with less, to leave you with room. You have been so busy grieving what is gone that you have not looked around at the space it left. There is space in your days now. There is space in your thinking. There is space where an old ache used to sit and take up half your energy. I did not clear that ground so it could stay bare. Something is going to be planted there. You may also notice that your patience for certain things has run out completely. Talk that goes nowhere. Company that leaves you drained. Arguments you used to be pulled into without thinking. You will find yourself stepping back from them almost without deciding to. That is not you becoming distant. That is me teaching you what your peace is worth. And it is worth far more than you have been charging for it. Your peace is tied to your purpose. Guard one and you guard the other. There is a decision coming toward you. I will not tell you the day, but it will be a choice between the familiar and the right, and those two will not be the same thing this time. The familiar will feel safe and will smell like home. The right will feel unproven and slightly frightening. You will know which is which by the peace, not by the comfort. Comfort and peace are not the same. Comfort keeps you where you are. Peace goes with you where I am sending you. When that moment comes, do not go backward. Backward is a place you have already outgrown, and there is nothing waiting for you there but a smaller version of yourself. You are stronger than you have any evidence for. You have not been tested in the way that is coming, so you cannot yet know what you carry. But I know. I would not have moved on your behalf last night if you were not able to stand in what happens next. Let me tell you how I move provision toward a person who has nothing. There was a widow named Ruth. She had lost everything that was supposed to hold her life up, and she ended up in a foreign field with no claim to anything, picking up leftovers behind the harvesters so she could eat that day. That is all she expected. Scraps. What she did not know was that the owner of that field had noticed her and had quietly given an order to his workers. Let handfuls fall on purpose. Do not rebuke her. Let her gather and say nothing about why the gleaning is suddenly so good. She went home that evening carrying more than a poor woman should have been able to gather, and she had no idea it had been arranged. That is the shape of what is happening to you. Someone has been told to let handfuls fall in your direction, and they do not fully know why they are doing it. It came to them as a thought they could not put down. They are wealthy enough that it will not wound them, and I stirred them at the right hour, and they obeyed a prompting they will never be able to explain to anyone. You are gathering in that field now, my child, and you do not yet know how the harvest turned so generous. Do not shrink back from this. That is the danger. Not that you will be refused, but that you will not stretch out your hand when it comes, because a lifetime of scarcity has trained you to expect scraps and be grateful for them. Gratitude is beautiful. Small expectation is not the same thing as gratitude. There is one more thing I ask of you in this moment, and it is not a small thing, which is why I am asking it plainly. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear the rest of what I want to say, because there is something in you that must break before you can hold what is coming. You believe, somewhere underneath everything, that you are not quite enough. You have never announced it. You may not even agree with me right now. But it shows in how you apologize for taking up space. It shows in the way you brace yourself before good news, waiting for the part where it turns out to be a mistake. It shows in how quickly you assume the fault was yours. That belief did not come from me. I have never once looked at you and thought you were lacking. You measure yourself by what you have achieved and by what has gone wrong. I do not use that measure. I look at what you are made of and where I am taking you. Those two things have not changed through any of your worst seasons, and they were true on the days you could not get out of bed. Understand this clearly. What is coming to you is not a reward for being good enough. If it were, no one would ever receive anything from me. It is coming because I decided it, and because your hands were still open enough to take it. My beloved, you kept your hands open. That is the whole thing. After everything that was taken out of them, you did not close them into fists. You stayed kind when bitterness would have been reasonable. You gave from a shortage when you had every excuse to keep it all. You went on believing in a quiet way that did not draw any attention. I saw all of it. None of it was invisible to me. That is why what is arriving can be trusted to you. I do not put weight into hands that will use it to hurt somebody. I know what you will do with more because I have watched what you did with almost nothing. There is a reason this did not come to you 5 years ago. You have asked me that question with real pain in your voice, and I have not always answered, so let me answer it now. 5 years ago, you would have received it, and you would have spent it trying to fix things that were never going to be fixed by money. You would have poured it into a hole that had no bottom. It would have been gone in a season, and you would have been left with the same ache and less hope. You are not that person now. The difference is not that you became impressive. The difference is that you learned what actually holds and what does not, and you learned it in a hard classroom, and now you cannot be talked out of it. Do not despise the years it took. They cost you a great deal. They also built something in you that cannot be bought or hurried. You have also gained something you may not have noticed. You can tell now when something is wrong. Before you had to be shown, usually painfully, usually too late. Now you feel it early. A conversation that seems fine, but is not. An opportunity that looks right but sits badly in your spirit. That instinct is not nerves. It is knowledge, paid for at a high price, and I intend for you to use it. So when the good thing comes and it sits well in you, do not treat that piece as suspicious. You have been so long on guard that you have started to distrust ease itself. Not everything gentle is a trap. Some things are simply mine. You think you are behind. You are not behind. You are covered. There is a difference between a life that is running late and a life that is being held on purpose, and from the inside they feel identical. Both feel like standing still while everyone else moves. Both feel like watching a door open for someone who did not want it as badly as you did. I understand why you drew the conclusion you drew, but you were not late. You were guarded from arriving too early. Look at Joseph, a young man with a word from me about his own future, and within a few years he was sold by his own family, carried into a foreign country, lied about by a woman who wanted him ruined, and locked in a prison cell for a crime he did not commit. Then he helped a fellow prisoner, and that man walked free and forgot him completely. 2 more years passed in that cell. 2 years of a man who had been promised something, sitting in the dark, forgotten by the one person who could have spoken his name. Then a king had a dream that no one could explain, and suddenly the forgotten man was the only one who could help, and he was pulled out of that cell and set over a nation in a single morning. 2 years earlier, the position did not exist. There was nothing to be released into. The delay was not me losing track of him. It was me holding him at the door until the door was there. You have had your own 2 years, perhaps longer. You have watched a season come and go where nothing you tried gained any ground, and you begged me for a reason, and I stayed quiet. I was not quiet because I was absent. I was quiet because there was nothing I could have told you then that would have helped you. You would have used the information to try to hurry me. There was also a boy called out of a field, anointed with oil in front of his own brothers, told plainly that he would be king. And then, my child, he went straight back to the sheep. No throne, no palace. Years of running for his life through caves and wilderness with a crown promised and nothing in his hands. The anointing was real the whole time. The waiting did not cancel it. Some of what you were promised is still true, even though nothing about your circumstances confirms it. I want to correct something you have believed about your losses. You have counted certain events as failures, and they were not failures. They were exits I built into the road so you could leave a path that was heading somewhere I did not want you to arrive. That job you did not get. You have replayed it, wondering what you said wrong. You said nothing wrong. That place would have consumed years of your life and given you very little in return, and I closed it before you could sign anything. That relationship that ended, you have carried the ending like proof of some flaw in you. There was no flaw. There was an incompatibility with the direction of your life that you could not have seen from where you were standing. That plan that collapsed at the last moment. You called it bad luck. It was mercy. It looked like loss because I did not show you the other version of your life, the one where it went ahead. Not everything that hurt you was punishment. A great deal of it was protection wearing a face you did not recognize. Now the holding is ending. You are moving out of the season of preparation and into the season of release, and the two feel completely different. In preparation, effort produces very little visible result, and you wonder if any of it matters. In release, small movements produce more than they should. A single conversation opens something. A door that was shut for years swings on the first push. You will notice the change in the effort required, and you will wonder what happened. What happened is that the ground was made ready while you were not looking. I am also changing how you experience time itself. You have lived in a rush for years, always feeling like you needed to catch up, always slightly panicked that you were running out of road. That pressure is going to lift off you. You will find yourself able to wait for a thing without your stomach turning over. You will feel able to say no to something good because you know a better thing is coming. That is not passivity. That is authority. Only a person who trusts the supply can afford to refuse a poor offer. My child, we have walked a long road together, and you have not always known I was there. There were nights you spoke into the dark and heard nothing back, and you decided that meant no one was listening. I was closer in those nights than in the seasons when everything was going well. I do not withdraw when things get hard. I only get quieter, because that is when you actually listen. I want you to look back over the last few years with different eyes now. Take one hard thing you went through, one you still resent. Look at what it taught you, what it stripped out of you, who it removed from your life, and what it made impossible for you to go back to. Then ask yourself honestly whether you could carry what is coming without having learned that. You could not. I know, because I do not permit unnecessary suffering. I permit costly, effective suffering, and I do not enjoy any of it, and I do not waste a single hour of it. Nothing you have been through is going to be left lying there as a scrap of your life. It is all going to be worked into what comes next, including the parts you are still ashamed of. You will look back at this stretch of road one day and you will not be able to find the wasted part. You will look for it and it will not be there. There is a calm coming into you that will not make sense given your circumstances. You will be in the middle of a situation that used to send your heart racing, and you will notice, almost with surprise, that you are steady. Nothing outside you will have changed. The bill will still be due. The problem will still be unsolved. But the panic that always came with it will simply not arrive. Do not question that steadiness or try to explain it away. It is not denial. It is what a person feels when some part of them finally believes they are held. There was a night when Peter sat in a prison cell with chains on both wrists, guards on either side of him, and an execution set for the morning. And he was asleep, not pacing, not bargaining. Asleep so deeply that when I sent help into that cell, he had to be struck on the side to wake up. The chains dropped off his hands. He walked past guard after guard and through a gate that opened by itself, and the whole time he thought he was dreaming. He did not understand that it was real until he was standing alone in the street with the night air on his face. That is exactly how your deliverance will feel. You will not experience it as a triumphant moment. You will experience it as something you are half sure you are imagining, and only later, standing in the open with the door behind you, will you understand what actually happened. So do not wait for a sign large enough to remove all doubt. That is not how I usually work. I work in chains falling quietly at night while everyone who wanted you finished is asleep. Say, I receive it if your heart is open to this. Your priorities are being rearranged, and you are already feeling it. Things that used to sit at the top of your list have slid down it. Concerns that once consumed whole weeks of your thinking now seem oddly small when you look at them. And other things that you have neglected for years have started to press on you, quietly and persistently, refusing to be ignored any longer. That is not indecision. That is me reordering what matters, from the inside, without argument. You are also going to become far less interested in being understood. This is one of the great releases of the season you are entering. You have spent years explaining yourself, defending your choices, softening your decisions so that other people would be comfortable with them. That habit is going to fall away. Some people around you will not understand what is happening to you. They will notice you have gone quieter in some places and firmer in others. They will ask what has changed, and you will not have a good answer for them. Because what happened to you happened in a room they were not in. You do not owe anyone the full account. Some things I show you are for your feet only, not for the crowd. Listen for the peace, my beloved. That is the marker I have given you, and it is reliable. When you are trying to decide between two paths, do not weigh which one is more impressive or which one others would approve of. Notice which one lets you breathe, not which is easier, which is quieter in your spirit. Excitement can be manufactured by pressure and by fear. Peace cannot be faked in you. You have an inner knowing that has been getting stronger for months. You have not trusted it because you have been trained to look outside yourself for permission. That knowing is not your nerves, and it is not wishful thinking. It is my voice, learning to be recognized by you, speaking in the register you can actually hear. It will never rush you. It will never shame you. It will never come with panic attached. Anything that pressures you to decide immediately before you can think or pray is not from me. Urgency and haste are not the same thing. I will tell you when the time is now. I will not make you frantic about it. There is a door in front of you that only you can walk through. No one can go through it on your behalf, and no one can be sent in your place. It will not look like much from the outside. It rarely does. It may be a conversation you have been putting off, a small opportunity that seems beneath what you had hoped for, a request from someone that arrives at an inconvenient moment. You have been waiting for something obvious and grand, and you may walk straight past the actual door because it looks too ordinary to be the answer. Naaman nearly did. A powerful man, sick and desperate, who traveled a long way for healing and was told to go and wash in an ordinary river 7 times. He was insulted. He had expected drama. He had expected a hand waved over him and a great pronouncement. He almost went home still sick because the instruction was too plain to feel worthy of his situation. His servants talked him into it. He washed and he came up clean. Do not despise a small instruction, my child. The size of the instruction has nothing to do with the size of what it unlocks. You may also find that you need less from people than you used to. Approval that once mattered enormously will simply lose its grip. Someone's opinion of you that could have flattened you a year ago will land and roll off. You will notice it happening and it will feel strange, almost like a loss, because you have organized so much of your life around what others think. It is not a loss. It is the return of something that was always supposed to be yours. And here is what that freedom is for. A person who does not need approval can be sent anywhere. A person who does need it can only ever be sent where the approval already is. I am about to send you into places that will not applaud you, and I am cutting the cord now before you get there. Now hear me on something serious, because I will not soften it. Not every door stays open. Some things I place in front of a person are set there for a season, and if that season passes without a response, the thing does not vanish, but it moves. It goes to hands that will close around it. I am not saying this to frighten you. I am saying it because I have watched people stand in front of an answered prayer, examine it, decide to think about it, and never come back. You have done that before. You know you have. And you have carried the ache of it quietly ever since. I am not going to let you do it again without a warning. What is being placed before you requires something from you, and it is not talent, and it is not money. It is response. A yes, with your feet in it. Awareness that turns into movement. Once you know something, you cannot go back to not knowing it. That is why I have been careful about what I show you. Everything I reveal raises what is expected of you, and I do not raise the expectation until I have first raised the ability. You are ready. That is the whole reason this hour arrived. So when the moment comes, and it will come sooner than you expect, do not stand there weighing it until it walks away. I want to tell you what is going to happen after you receive. You are going to become a source. That is the part almost nobody expects. You have spent so long being the one who needs help that you cannot picture yourself as the one who provides it, but that is exactly what I am building. What I bring into your hands is not going to stop with you. It will move through you and out into the lives of those you love, and further than that, into lives you will never hear about. That is how I have always worked. I do not fill a person up so they can sit there full. I fill them so they overflow onto everyone standing nearby. Think of Isaac. There was famine in the land. real famine, and I told him not to leave and to sow into that dry ground anyway. Everyone around him was conserving, hoarding, holding what little they had. He planted in a year when planting looked like madness, and that same year he reaped 100-fold in the middle of a famine on ground that was giving nothing to anyone else. The harvest was not about the soil, it was about the obedience. You have people you carry in prayer. I know their names. I know the ones you mention aloud and the ones you cannot say without your voice breaking. Hear me clearly. What I am doing in your life is going to reach them. Not by your striving, by overflow. You have tried to save some of them by force, and it has exhausted you and changed nothing. You were never given that job. You were given the job of being so evidently held that they cannot explain you. That is the thing that will reach them. Not your argument, your steadiness. There is a woman in my book who was down to a handful of flour and a little oil, gathering sticks to cook one final meal for her household before they starved. And a prophet arrived and asked her to make a small loaf for him first. It was, by any human measure, an outrageous request. She did it. And the flour in the jar did not run out, and the oil did not fail day after day, all the way through the famine. She was not rewarded for having plenty. She was rewarded for releasing in a moment when releasing made no sense. You have that same instinct in you. I have seen you give when you could not afford it. That instinct is why you can be trusted with more, and it is why more is on the way. Let me also address the fear underneath all of this, the one you have not put into words. You are afraid that it will come and then be taken away, that you will let yourself hope and get it and lose it, and be worse off than if you had never had it at all. That fear was built in you by real experience, and I am not going to mock it. But I want you to notice what that fear is actually protecting. It is not protecting your peace. It is keeping you small, refusing you every good thing in advance so that nothing can ever be lost. That is not safety. That is a slow surrender dressed up as wisdom. I am not bringing you something fragile. What I am establishing in your life is meant to hold. It is not a burst of good fortune that will burn out by the end of the year. It is a foundation laid slowly in ground no one could see, which is exactly why it took so long. Anything I build quickly, I have to rebuild. What I am putting under your feet, I only build once. You will notice its strength in the storms it survives. Difficulty will still come. I have never promised you a life without weather. But you will go through something that would have ruined you 3 years ago. And you will come out of it standing. And that is when you will know what has been built underneath you. You are also going to be more honest with yourself than you have ever been. You have avoided looking directly at certain things in your own life, certain habits, a certain resentment you keep feeding, a certain corner of yourself you have decided is simply how you are. All of that is coming up into the light now, and it will not feel comfortable. Do not brace against it. I am not exposing those things to shame you. I am exposing them because I intend to heal them, and I cannot heal what you and I are both pretending not to see. So let me tell you how this ends, because you have been bracing for the catch and there is no catch. You're going to wake up one ordinary morning some months from now and notice that the fear is gone. Not managed, not talked down. Gone. You will make your coffee and stand in your kitchen and realize that the tightness you have lived with for years is not in your chest anymore. And you will not be able to say exactly when it left. That is the day you will understand what happened while you were sleeping. You will look back at this hour and recognize it as the turn. Not because anything dramatic occurred, but because this is where you stopped bracing and started expecting. I am restoring things you had privately given up on. There are matters you removed from your prayers because it hurt too much to keep asking. You did not stop believing I could do it. You stopped believing it was for you, and you quietly took it off the list to protect yourself from disappointment. I know exactly which ones. Put them back. I am not limited by how long a thing has been broken. Time does not decay my ability. Something can sit ruined for 20 years and be restored in an afternoon, and the 20 years will not have made it harder for me, only sweeter for you. There will be a reunion you did not think possible. There will be a door you watched close and heard lock, and it will open, and you will stand in front of it, unable to move for a moment, because part of you had made peace with never seeing it again. You will also be given back some of what was taken, not always in the same form. Sometimes I return a thing, and sometimes I return what the thing was supposed to give you, which is usually better and always lasts longer. My beloved, hear this. You are not fragile. You have been told a story about yourself in which you barely survive things, and it is not true. You have not been barely surviving. You have been carrying loads that would have broken most people, without applause, without help, and without stopping. You have never once seen yourself accurately. From where I stand, you look nothing like the picture in your head. The one you see is tired and behind and always slightly failing. The one I see has been faithful in the dark, where no one was watching and there was no reward for it, which is the only place faithfulness can actually be tested. And I have not forgotten a single day of it. Now walk forward, not carefully, not braced, not with one hand behind you holding the doorframe. Walk forward like someone who is expected somewhere. The season of holding on is finished. You have held on magnificently and you do not have to do it anymore. What comes next is not held. It is received. Keep your hands open. That is your only instruction. Everything I have said to you tonight comes down to that one thing. Do not close your hands. Not around what is leaving. Not around fear. Not around the old story. I will handle the timing. I will handle the people. I will handle the supply and the door, and the ones who thought they had the final word over your life. None of that is your work. Your work is to stay awake and to keep your hands open. There will be days ahead when none of this feels true. You will have a hard week and the old dread will come back and sit down in its old chair like it never left. When that happens, do not panic and do not treat it as evidence that I lied to you. A returning feeling is not a returning fact. Let it pass through. It has no authority here. On those days, remember this hour. Remember that something moved on your behalf while you slept and asked nothing from you but attention. I am not far off. I am not distant, watching from a height, deciding whether you have earned my involvement. I am here close enough to hear the things you cannot say, and I have been here through every year you thought you were handling it alone. You were never handling it alone. You were being carried on the days you thought you were dragging yourself. The heaviness lifts from here. The confusion clears from here. The provision moves toward you from here. And the version of you that has been buried under years of getting through, the one who laughs easily and rests properly and is not always calculating, that person is coming back. Not a new person, the one who was always in there. I love you. Not in a general way, not as one of many. Specifically, by name, with full knowledge of everything you have done and everything you are afraid I will find out. There is nothing left to hide from me and nothing left to earn. So lift your head, my child. The night is over. The thing that was set against you was stopped before it touched you, and the thing prepared for you is already on the road. All that remains is for you to be the kind of person who is looking up when it arrives. Be looking up, and when it comes, and you are holding in your hands the very thing you had stopped asking for, do not spend that day wondering whether you deserve it. That question has already been settled, and it was never yours to answer. Just receive it, and let your face be glad, and let the people around you see what happens to a person who kept their hands open in the dark. Say, "Yes, I am ready," if you are walking forward with me from this day.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop. Set down everything you are carrying for the next few minutes and stay here with me. The list of things waiting on you, the questions circling your mind, the worry that follows you from room to room. Set it down for now. I am not here to add more noise to your day. I am here to speak to the one place inside you that has been waiting, quietly and patiently, for a long time. I know exactly where you are. I know the weight pressing on your shoulders before you even open your eyes in the morning. I know the questions you carry that you have never said out loud to another soul. I know the fear you hide behind a steady voice and a calm face. None of it is hidden from me. None of it ever was. This moment did not find you by accident. I am not speaking to everyone today. I am speaking to you, in this exact place, at this exact hour, because I have something to say that your spirit has been waiting to hear. Do not rush through these words. Do not let your mind wander toward the next task before this one is finished. Let what I am saying settle into the deep places where your real decisions are made. There is something stirring inside you right now, and you feel it even when you cannot name it. It rises in the quiet hour before the day begins, and it returns again at night, when the noise finally fades and your heart has nowhere left to hide. It is a restlessness, a pressure, a sense that something is unfinished. You have tried to outrun it by staying busy. You have tried to bury it under tasks and conversations and the small distractions of an ordinary day, but it keeps returning, doesn't it? That is not your imagination working against you. That is my voice, refusing to let you settle for less than what I have for you. I am not willing to quietly let you miss what is on the other side of the step you keep avoiding. My beloved, hear this clearly. There are seasons when waiting is exactly right. I have called you into stillness before. I have hidden you away in quiet places where no one else could see, and I did some of my deepest work in you there. I deepened your roots in those hidden years so that when the wind came, you would not fall. I shaped your heart in the dark and refined what mattered most. Those seasons were never wasted. They were holy, and they were mine. But the season you are standing in now is not one of those seasons. This is not a season of waiting. This is a season of movement. I have already done the building. I have already done the shaping. And now I am asking you to take what I placed inside you and use it. The restlessness you feel is not confusion. It is a calling. The discomfort you cannot shake is not a warning. It is proof that you have outgrown the ground you have been standing on. You were not meant to stay there forever. You were meant to move, and it is time. Think of a seed resting beneath the soil. For a long time, nothing is visible. The ground looks empty and undisturbed, as though nothing is happening at all. But underneath, the roots are reaching deeper. Life is building in the dark, unseen and unhurried. And then comes the moment the seed can no longer stay buried. It breaks open. It pushes upward toward the light, even though breaking open costs the seed everything it has. That moment of breaking is never comfortable. It was never meant to be. But it is necessary, because no seed was ever created to stay buried forever. It was created to rise and become something alive, something that feeds the ground around it. You are that seed, my child. I have been growing roots in you that run deeper than you know. I have been preparing something real inside you in the hidden place, and now I am calling you upward. Not because rising will be easy, but because rising is what you were made for. You were not made to stay buried in the ground of your own hesitation. You were made to grow, to break open, and to bear fruit that blesses every life that touches yours. You already sense what I am asking you to do. I did not write it in the sky for you to find. I placed it quietly in your thoughts, in the pressure on your heart, in the idea that keeps returning when everything else goes silent. Maybe it is a decision you have been circling for months. Maybe it is a conversation that needs your honesty. Maybe it is a hope you buried because someone once told you it was too much for someone like you. Whatever it is, I placed it there on purpose. I am precise. I do not act by accident. So stop looking away from it. Look at it directly. Bring it into the light before me, and be honest about why you have been avoiding it. I am not asking you to be afraid of what I am about to say. I am asking you to be ready to receive it, because what I have for you is not a burden. It is the very thing your heart has been longing to carry. Hear me now. The waiting is over. I am not asking you to have it all figured out before you move. I am asking you to trust me enough to take the next step even without the whole picture in front of you. That is what faith has always looked like. Not certainty, trust. And I am with you in every step of it, from the smallest act of courage to the very end. Say, I hear you, if these words are reaching your spirit in this moment. Now let us talk honestly about why you have been delaying. It is not always because you are being careful or wise. Sometimes, if you are willing to admit it, the reason is fear. And fear is clever. It rarely says, I am afraid. It puts on nicer clothes. It calls itself patience. It calls itself discernment. It says, I am just waiting for more clarity, when what is really happening is fear sitting quietly on the throne of your decisions, wearing a costume so convincing you stopped questioning it long ago. I am not angry with you for being afraid. I know your history. I know the moments you were brave and it cost you. I know the times you trusted and were let down, the times you stepped forward and the ground did not feel as solid as you hoped. I was there for every one of them. I watched the walls go up around your heart, one brick at a time, until stepping forward began to feel like stepping into danger. But hear me, beloved. I did not bring you this far to let fear write the rest of your story. The walls you built to protect yourself have also been keeping out the very things I have been trying to give you. I do not want you to live inside that fortress forever. I want to lead you out. I want to heal what is still sore in you and restore what was broken. But that healing rarely happens while you stay hidden. Sometimes courage comes after the step, not before it. Sometimes confidence is built in the doing, not in the waiting until you feel ready enough to begin. Some of what you have been avoiding is not even large. It only feels large because you have carried it in silence for so long. A decision left unmade, a truth left unspoken, a boundary you keep promising yourself you will set tomorrow. None of these things need a miracle to begin. They only need your yes. I am not asking for a perfect plan. I am asking for one honest step, taken today, in the direction I have already shown you. I also need to speak to the comparison you have been making. You have been seeing others move forward, start things, Say the brave thing you have been too afraid to say. And instead of it inspiring you, it has been shrinking you. You tell yourself they have something you do not. More confidence, more talent, some extra portion of grace that skipped over you. But hear this clearly. Most of the people you are comparing yourself to are not moving because they have more than you. They are moving because they decided to stop waiting until they felt ready. That is the only difference. Not gifting, not anointing, a choice. And you are just as capable of making that same choice today. What I have placed inside you carries your name and no one else's. It is shaped by your story, your voice, your pain, your particular way of seeing the world. No one else can carry what I built in you, and no one else can do it the way you were made to do it. When you sit on the sidelines telling yourself someone else is more qualified, you are not being humble. You are believing a lie that keeps you small in a life I designed to be wide and full. So stop measuring your steps against someone else's stride. Bring your eyes back to what I placed in your own hands. That is where your attention belongs. Let me tell you about a river. When a river flows, it is alive. Fish swim in it. Birds drink from it. Everything near it is touched by its movement. But when a river is blocked, the water collects in one place. It grows still, then cloudy, then lifeless. What was once a source of life for everything around it becomes something nothing wants to come near. You were made to flow like that river, not to sit still until you grow stagnant. I put life inside you so it would move outward, touch other lives, and carry hope into ground that has been waiting for exactly what you carry. When fear or delay blocks what I intended to move through you, something inside you begins to feel exactly like that stagnant water, heavy, dull, and far from the fullness you remember. That heaviness is not a mystery. It is simply the sign that you were made to flow, and you have been standing still. So today I am asking you to remove the blockage. Open the places where you have been holding back. Let what I placed inside you start moving again, going somewhere, doing what it was always meant to do. The moment you do, you will feel that aliveness returning, that sense of being fully yourself again, fully in step with the one who made you. Hear this too. The flow does not wait for circumstances to become perfect. A river does not pause until every rock in its path is removed. It moves, and then it carves its way around what stands in front of it. It moves, and the moving itself shapes the ground it travels through. That is how I work with you. I am not waiting for your life to become smooth before I use you. I am asking you to start moving so that together we can shape the path as you go. Think back to the moments in your life when you felt most alive. Were they the safest, most guaranteed moments, or were they the ones that asked the most of your trust? Most people, when they are honest, discover that their most alive moments were never the safest ones. They were the moments that required walking toward something uncertain because I was calling. I do not meet you only on the comfortable shore. I meet you in the walk across the water, not in the security of knowing every detail in advance, but in the steady act of trusting the one who already does. I am inviting you back to that place today, back to the place where your heart is fully engaged, because you are fully trusting. Back to the place where every ordinary morning carries real weight, because you are moving with me towards something that truly matters. Declare, I receive this, if your heart is open to what I am building in you. Now let us talk about who you are, because underneath every delay, every hesitation, every fear of failing, there is a deeper question quietly running in the background. Am I really someone worth using for something this meaningful? Am I truly capable, worthy, equipped for what I sense I am being called to. And if I step forward and it falls apart, what will that say about me? That question about your worth is one of the heaviest weapons used against your obedience. When you are not settled in who I say you are, every risk feels like a test of your value. Every step forward feels like a trial you might fail, one that could prove something terrible about your worth. So you protect yourself. You stay where it is safe, because staying back at least means no one can prove you unworthy of the assignment. It feels like wisdom. It is actually a prison built from a lie. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. Hear this truth now, and let it settle into the very foundation of how you see yourself. Your worth was never attached to your performance. Your value was never determined by your success rate. Your identity was settled before you took a single step, before you were even born, written into existence by the one who made you and called you his own. You are loved not because of what you do, but because of whose you are. That does not change with outcomes. It is fixed. It is eternal. It is more secure than anything the world can offer you or take from you. So when fear whispers that failing now would prove you were never really called, never really gifted, never really who you hoped you were, you have an answer. Your worth is not on the table when you take this step. Your identity is not at risk when you obey. You are not stepping forward to prove something to anyone. You are stepping forward to trust the one who already knows exactly who you are. When that truth becomes real in you, not just something you know in your head, but something settled deep in your spirit, everything shifts. The risk no longer carries the same terrifying weight. Failure stops being the worst thing that could happen, because failure does not define you. Rejection still hurts, but it no longer devastates, because your worth was never in the hands of the one doing the rejecting. And obedience becomes lighter, easier, more natural, because you are no longer carrying the impossible weight of proving your existence through your results. You are simply saying yes to me from a place of security in who I say you are. Let that settle in you right now. Let it go deep. You are my child. You are loved. You are called. You are equipped. Not because you earned it, but because I chose you. And what I choose, I equip. What I equip, I cover. And what I cover, I carry through to completion. You are not in this alone. You never have been, and you never will be. My beloved, I also want to speak to something practical about the way I lead you. Because one of the things that keeps people stuck for a long time is a misunderstanding about how much clarity I give before I ask them to move. You imagine that if I were truly calling you to something, I would make it so unmistakable there would be no room left for doubt. You expect a clear and final answer, a complete map, before you feel free to take the first step. But that is rarely how I work with the ones I love. Think of Abraham. I told him to leave his country, his people and his father's household, and go to the land I would show him. Not the land I was already showing him in full detail, but the land I would show him along the way. He did not receive the whole address before he started walking. He received an instruction and a promise, and then he had to move before the rest was revealed. He went, not knowing where he was going. That is faith. That is the kind of trust I still honor today, and it is the kind of trust I am asking from you. I rarely give you the whole map at once, because I know that if you had it, you might try to walk it without needing me at every step. The partial clarity you have been waiting to outgrow is not a withholding. It is an invitation to stay close. It is my way of making sure you keep your hand in mine, because you need my voice for each next step. The walking together matters as much as the arriving, maybe more. So stop waiting for the complete picture before you move. Take the next step with the clarity you already have, because the step after that will only become visible once you are standing where the first one leads. I reveal the road as you walk it, and the only way to see what comes next is to keep moving toward me. This is also why the uncertainty you have been waiting to disappear is probably not going to disappear before you move. That uncertainty is not a warning sign. It is the normal texture of faith. It is what it feels like to trust someone with information you do not yet have. I am perfectly trustworthy with that information. I have never once been wrong. I have never once been late. I have never once led someone forward in genuine trust and then abandoned them in the middle of the road. My record is perfect, and your trust can rest on that record even when your feelings are not yet settled. My child, let us speak now about time, because what looked like a delay in your life was never a denial. I was working even when you could not see it. You thought the door stayed shut because I had forgotten you. I had not. I was arranging things on the other side of that door that you could not yet carry, people who were not ready, timing that had not yet lined up, pieces that needed to fall into place before you walked through. Every season that felt wasted to you was a season I was still moving in. Think of a field left lying fallow for a time. To anyone passing by, it looks abandoned. Nothing is growing. Nothing seems to be happening at all. But the ground is resting, and rest is not the same as neglect. The soil is recovering its strength so that what is planted next will not wither under shallow roots. I have let parts of your life lie fallow on purpose, not because I lost interest in the harvest, but because I was protecting the ground that harvest would need. There is also a foundation being laid right now in ground you cannot see. You know how it works when something is being built. The parts that take the longest, the parts that require the most careful work, are the parts buried beneath the surface, the parts no one will ever see or admire once the building stands. But without them, nothing above the ground could hold. I have been doing exactly that kind of work in you. Long, quiet, unseen labor, laid deep enough that what I build on top of it will not shake when the storms come looking for a reason to knock it down. So let peace settle into the place where panic has been living. You do not have to understand every piece of the timeline to trust the one who is keeping it. You do not have to see the whole structure to trust the foundation being laid. Peace is not the absence of unanswered questions. Peace is the presence of a steady hand you have decided to trust, even while the questions remain. I am that steady hand. I have never once dropped what I was carrying for you, and I am not going to start now. Now let us talk about the people around you, because sometimes the reason you delay obedience is not only internal. Sometimes it is relational. Maybe there are people in your life who, when you shared something stirring in you, answered with doubt or a long practical list of every reason it would not work. Their words mixed with your own doubts and built a quiet case for why staying safe was the wise and responsible thing to do. Or maybe there are people you are afraid to disappoint, people whose approval has carried more weight in your decisions than it should have. A parent, a spouse, a close friend whose opinion feels like it holds the final vote on your life. You have been living inside an invisible enclosure built from the fear of their disapproval, and you have mistaken that enclosure for wisdom. I see all of that, and I do not minimize it. The people you love matter to me too. I made you for relationship, for community, for connection. That is not weakness. But I also made you with a calling that no other person can fully see or validate from the outside. And there will be moments when what I ask of you will not make sense to the people standing closest to you. There will be moments when your obedience requires disappointing someone you love. In those moments, you have to decide gently but clearly who you are ultimately living for. I am not asking you to be unkind or dismissive toward the people in your life. I am asking you to stop giving their opinions a seat that only I was ever meant to hold. The ones who truly love you and want what is best for you will come to understand eventually, even if they cannot see it yet. And even where they never fully understand, you will stand before me one day, and I will not ask whether your decisions made sense to everyone around you. I will ask whether you trusted me enough to obey. So release the grip other people's opinions have had on your decisions, not with bitterness, not with pride. Release it with the quiet confidence of someone who finally knows who they are living for. Let the fear of disappointing people take its proper place, far behind the simple joy of pleasing me, and walk forward in that freedom. Some of the people closest to you will become your loudest encouragers once they see the fruit of your obedience, simply because they could not see what I was doing while it was still hidden. That is not their failure or yours. It is simply the nature of unseen work. Fruit convinces in ways that explanation never can, and I am far more interested in growing real fruit in your life than I am in winning an argument on your behalf before the harvest comes. But I also want to be honest with you. Some people will not come around, no matter how much fruit grows. Some relationships are built on you staying exactly where you are, predictable and small and easy to manage. When you grow, when you change, when you finally say yes to what I have been asking of you, certain people will feel that growth as a kind of threat, even if they never say so out loud. That is not a reason to shrink back. It is simply the cost of becoming who I made you to be, and I will be with you on both sides of that cost, comforting what is lost and filling what grows in its place. I want you to notice something about the ones you carry in prayer. Your obedience does not only shape you, it shapes the path they walk beside you on. When you live free instead of afraid, when you move instead of stall, you give the people you love permission to do the same. You become proof, simply by living it, that a life surrendered to me is not a smaller life. It is a fuller one. What you give them costs you nothing but your willingness to walk forward. Now I want you to hear something important about where you have been. I do not waste anything. Not the hard seasons, not the painful chapters, not the mistakes you have carried like stones in your pocket, not the years that felt like they went in circles. None of it was wasted. None of it was outside my ability to redeem. And none of it was beyond my power to turn into something that serves your story and ultimately serves the purposes I have for you. The years you feel you lost to fear and delay are not outside my redemption. I can take everything that happened in those years, every hesitation, every circling, every almost moment, and weave it into something that adds real depth to your calling instead of leaving it as a gap in your story. The pain you walked through is not disqualifying you from what I have for you. It is quietly qualifying you in ways you cannot yet see, because the people who will need what you carry most are often the ones who need someone who has actually been through something real. Someone who understands from the inside. Someone who has not only heard about the valley but has walked through it. Your history is not a liability. It is part of your equipment. The very things you are most tempted to hide, the seasons you are most embarrassed by, the failures you wish you could erase, those might be the very parts of your story that make what you carry most needed. Broken people do not need a perfect messenger. They need a real one. They need someone who has wrestled, who has doubted and come back, who has fallen and gotten back up, who has been afraid and moved anyway. That is the kind of testimony that changes a life, and that is the kind of story I have been writing in you through everything you have walked through. I want to tell you something about restoration, because it is not the same as starting over. Starting over erases what came before and begins again from nothing. Restoration is different. Restoration takes what was broken and makes it whole again, scars and all, and then uses those very scars as proof of what I can do with a life that was willing to keep trusting me. I am not in the business of pretending your wounds never happened. I am in the business of redeeming them, of making them part of the testimony rather than something you have to hide to be useful to anyone. Think about how a bone heals after it breaks. The place where it mends often becomes stronger than the bone around it, not weaker. I work the same way in hearts. The places in you that broke and then healed under my hand are not your weakest places anymore. They have become some of the strongest, because they carry both the memory of the wound and the proof of the mending. People who are still standing after being knocked down carry a kind of authority that people who have never been tested simply do not have. And that authority is part of what I want to move through you now. So stop looking at your past as something you must overcome before I can use you. Start looking at it as something I have already been using to shape you into exactly what the people I am sending you to most need. Your past is part of your purpose. Your pain is part of your preparation. And every chapter of the story I have written in you, even the ones you wish were different, is exactly what I need you to carry forward. I also want to speak to the atmosphere of your life right now, because something happens in the unseen places when you keep choosing delay over obedience. It is not punishment. It is simply the natural weight of misalignment. When you keep telling me not yet to what I have already said yes to, the air around your life begins to feel heavy, cloudy, congested, as though everything takes more effort than it should. Doors that should open feel stuck. Conversations that should flow feel awkward. Plans that should come together keep meeting resistance for no clear reason. Sometimes you have called that heaviness opposition. Sometimes it is. But sometimes, quietly, it is simply the accumulated weight of unresolved obedience, the spiritual residue of things I asked for that I did not yet receive. And the same way your delay creates that heaviness, your obedience lifts it. When you finally say yes to what I have been asking, when you take the step you have been avoiding, when you bring your actions into line with my instruction, something shifts. Not always dramatically, not always visible to the natural eye, but there is a clearing, a lightness, a sense that what was blocked has begun to move again. You have felt that shift before. You know the difference between the peace that comes from genuine obedience and the numbness that comes from avoidance. You know the difference between a heart that is truly at rest and a heart that has simply stopped listening because listening had grown too uncomfortable. I'm inviting you back into alignment today, not through striving, not through trying harder, or finally getting yourself together through sheer effort, but through the simple, clean, powerful act of saying yes. That alignment is the doorway to the atmosphere you have been longing for. That is where the heaviness lifts, the peace returns, and the momentum begins again. You do not have to manufacture that lightness yourself. It comes naturally, the moment your will lines up with mine. the way light naturally fills a room the instant a door swings open. State, "I trust you," if you believe this word belongs to your life right now. My child, I want to speak to you now about time in a way you may not have considered before. You know, in your mind, that life is short. You have heard it said many times, and you have nodded along to it. But I wonder if it has truly settled into the deep places of your heart in a way that changes how you make decisions on an ordinary day. There is a difference between knowing something in your head and carrying it as a living truth in your heart. Time is precious, not in a worn-out way, but in a real, practical, urgent way. Every day that passes does not come back. Every season carries opportunities that were uniquely available within it and nowhere else. The person you could speak to today may not be in the same place of openness tomorrow. The door cracked open right now may be closed by the time you finally feel ready to walk through it. The season of influence you are standing in will not last forever in exactly this shape. I am not trying to frighten you with this truth. I'm trying to wake a holy urgency in you that moves you away from comfortable postponement and toward intentional living. I want you to look at your days differently, holding each one with a kind of grateful attention that says, "This day matters. What I do today carries real weight, and I want to live it with purpose." That does not mean living in anxiety or constant pressure. It means being a good steward of the hours I give you. It means being present to what I am asking of you today, instead of always living for an imagined future that will never arrive in exactly the form you picture it. One of the most freeing things you could ever do is decide to live fully in the present day, not tomorrow's version of yourself, where every fear is gone and every question is answered. Right now, with the faith you currently carry, with the gifts you currently hold, with the courage that is available to you in this very moment if you choose to reach for it, in the life you are actually living, not the one you keep waiting to begin. There is something else I want you to understand about your obedience. It was never only about you. When I place a calling on a life, it is not for that person's benefit alone. It is for everyone that calling was meant to touch. There are people right now, some you have already met, and some you have not yet met, who are waiting for what you carry. There are people stuck in the very place you were stuck before I brought you through it. People sitting in a darkness you have already walked out of. People carrying questions your story already holds the answer to. People who feel entirely alone in something you understand from the inside, because you have lived it. Every day you delay your obedience is another day those people wait without what they need. Another day they remain stuck in something you could help them move through. Another day they feel alone in something you could help them carry. Does that change how you see your hesitation? Sometimes the most powerful reason to obey is not about you at all. Sometimes you need to stop thinking only of your own fear and start thinking about the people standing on the other side of your yes. Your assignment is connected to other people's breakthroughs. Your willingness to step forward creates a path for others to follow behind you. Your obedience is not only personal, it ripples outward in ways you will never be able to fully track or measure, touching the ones you carry in prayer and many you will never even meet. That is exactly why I keep bringing it back to you. I can see what your yes will do in the earth, and I know it is too important to leave sitting on the table. Think of the turning of seasons, how winter never argues with spring. It simply gives way when its time is finished. There is an appointed turning coming in your life, a shift from the season you have been standing in toward the one I have already prepared for you. You do not have to force that turning by striving. You only have to stop resisting it. Let what has run its course finish running, and let what I am bringing next begin to rise in its place. The turning is not something you manufacture. It is something you walk into, the same way you walk from one room into another simply by moving forward. I also want you to think about a desert crossing, because some of you have felt like you have been wandering for a long time without arriving anywhere. The desert feels endless when you are inside it, the same stretch of ground repeating itself day after day, until you start to wonder if you are moving at all. But a desert is not a place I send you to lose you. It is a place I cross with you on the way to somewhere else, a place where you learn to depend on bread that falls fresh every morning instead of bread you stored up yourself. A place where your trust in my provision becomes the very thing that prepares you for what is waiting on the other side of the sand. If you are in a desert season right now, hear me clearly. The crossing has a far side. You will not wander forever. Every step you take, even the ones that feel repetitive and unremarkable, is carrying you closer to the edge of it, even on the days when the horizon looks exactly the same as it did yesterday. I have not lost track of you in the sand. I am walking every mile of it with you, and I know precisely where the desert ends. So hold today with both hands. Do not let it slip past you unattended while you wait for a more convenient one to arrive. The harvest you are hoping for is not hiding in some distant, more comfortable future. It is hidden inside the ordinary obedience available to you right now, today, in the life you are actually living. My child, let us talk about endurance, because beginning is one thing, but continuing is another. Some of you have started before. You took that brave first step, and then something happened that was harder than you expected. A setback, a disappointment, a moment where it did not work the way you hoped. And that became the moment you pulled back, and the pause became permanent. What was meant to be a momentary regrouping became a full withdrawal. Now you are here again, feeling my invitation rise once more, feeling that familiar stirring, and part of you wants to respond, but another part remembers the last time. And that memory makes saying yes again feel harder than it should. I want to speak to that place in you today. I honor that you tried before, and I honor the courage it took. I was there when it got hard. I saw you stumble, and I am not asking you to pretend it did not hurt. But the setback was not the end of the story. The stumble was not a disqualification. It was part of the journey, teaching you what you needed to know, and removing what would have hindered you later. This time is different, not because the circumstances are guaranteed to be easier, but because you are different. You carry more now than you carried the last time you tried. You have been shaped by what you walked through, and that shaping is exactly what this next season needs from you. So do not let the memory of a previous stumble become the reason you never fully try again. Get back up. Step forward again. Let the history of what you survived become the very testimony that fuels your next chapter. Now hear me on something practical, something small that has quietly stolen more dreams than almost anything else. The word tomorrow. It sounds so innocent. It sounds like a friend, giving you relief without requiring anything from you. It lets you agree with me in your heart without ever having to move your feet. And that is exactly why it is so dangerous. Every time you tell yourself you will do it tomorrow, you make a small agreement with delay. And once you make that agreement, it becomes easy to make it again, until tomorrow becomes your default answer to anything that requires courage. Then one day you look up, and months or years have passed, and the thing I placed in front of you is still sitting exactly where it was, untouched, unclaimed, waiting. I do not want that to be your story, full of almosts, all the times you were almost ready, almost brave enough, almost willing to trust. That word, almost, is one of the saddest words in the life of faith. because it means you stood at the edge of something real and let it slip away. Today is the day that pattern ends, not because every fear has gone silent, but because I am asking, and my grace is available to you today, not only tomorrow. Real faith rarely looks like the picture you have carried in your mind, the confident smile, the unshaken certainty that everything will work out exactly right. Real faith often feels like stepping off a ledge in the dark, hoping the ground is closer than it seems. It feels like speaking while your voice is still shaking, moving while your hands still tremble, starting while your mind is still full of questions. What makes it faith is not how steady you feel. What makes it faith is who you are trusting. If your yes is directed toward me, it counts, even if your knees are weak and your heart is racing twice its normal speed. I rarely come the way you expect. I did not come to one of my prophets in the earthquake or in the fire, but in a still, small voice after the noise had finally passed. I did not call my first followers from a throne room or a temple court. I found them by the shore, mending nets, going about an ordinary day, and I simply said, "Follow me." And they left what they were holding and walked after me. The call rarely arrives with thunder. Most of the time it comes as a quiet nudge, a thought that keeps returning, an ordinary next step that does not feel dramatic enough to be from heaven. Do not dismiss it for being small. Some of the greatest things I have ever done in the earth began with someone obeying a very small instruction. So here is what I am asking you to do before you do anything else once these words end. Take a few minutes. Sit quietly before me. Ask me one honest question. What is the one step I have been asking you to take that you have been avoiding? Not 5 steps, not a whole list, just one, the one that has been waiting the longest. Then listen. When I show you, make it specific. Give it a moment in your day and do it. Today if you can, this week if not today. Let this be the day something in your life actually changed. The life I have for you is not a distant dream waiting in some far-off, more convenient future. It is available now, on the other side of the obedience you have been postponing, and it is richer and fuller than the life you have been living in the shadow of your delay. I have been calling you toward it for a long time, and today, once more, I am asking you, will you say yes? Not almost yes. Not yes, but later. A real yes, the kind that moves your feet and lifts your hands toward what I have already shown you. Rise, my beloved. The season of staying still has passed, and the season of movement is here. I am with you. My strength is sufficient. My love does not change with your performance, and everything you need for the next step is already placed inside you by the one who designed you for exactly this moment. Take the step, move forward, and discover, as so many before you have discovered, that the God who calls you is also the God who carries you, every single step of the way, from this moment until the very last one. Speak Amen now if you are ready to rise and to walk forward with me. And I want to address something you have not spoken aloud to anyone. The version of you that you perform for the world, capable, composed, moving through your days with enough competence to avoid suspicion, that version is exhausting you. You have worn it so long you have nearly forgotten it is a costume. I am not asking you to tear it off in front of everyone. I am simply asking you to stop wearing it when you are alone with me. You do not have to arrive at my feet with anything assembled. Bring the unfinished version. Bring the version that does not know what comes next. That is precisely the one I am asking to step forward, because polished people are not what this season requires. This season requires someone willing to be seen as they actually are, and trusted enough to move anyway. That is available to you right now.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Something happened while you were not watching. Heaven grew still. Not in the way silence usually falls, slow, creeping, like an ending. This was different. This was the kind of stillness that follows something rare, the kind that comes when all of heaven turns to look at the same thing at the same time. And what heaven turned to look at was you. I want you to hear what I am about to say, not as a comfort. Hear it as fact. You have been through things that had the full intention of finishing you, not discouraging you, not delaying you, finishing you completely. There were seasons where the pressure did not let up, where one hard thing barely ended before the next one arrived, where you had to keep choosing to get up when getting up felt dishonest, when you felt nothing like someone who was going to be all right, and yet you did not fully stop. That is what caught heaven's attention. Not your best days, not the moments when you had it together. What made heaven go quiet was the moments when you did not have it together, and something in you still kept reaching for me. A whisper when you had nothing left. A reluctant step back toward the place where you knew I was, even when you felt no certainty that I would answer. You thought those moments were your weakest. Heaven read them as something else entirely. My child, you left me speechless. I want you to sit with that. Not because you performed well, not because your record was clean, but because inside the place where pressure breaks, most people, the hidden place that nobody else sees. You held something that should have buckled. You bent. I watched you bend. There were moments where I could see exactly how close you were to letting go entirely. But there was a thread you kept holding. Not tightly, sometimes barely, but you held it. That thread was not stubbornness. It was not willpower. I put it there. What I plant does not uproot easily. Even when the ground shook, the root held. That is not something you manufactured. That is something I placed in the deepest part of who you are. And the weight of everything this season threw at you proved it is real. Now I need you to understand what I am not saying. I am not saying the hard things were good. I am not standing over what you suffered and calling it a gift. Pain is not a prize. Loss is not a reward. What came against you was real, and it was heavy. I know how heavy it was. I was there for every hour of it, not watching from a distance, but present in the very room where you sat alone and wondered how much longer you could keep going. I did not look away. I have never looked away from you. There is something I need you to hold before anything else is said. I was not unmoved by what you walked through. I did not observe it the way you observe something from behind glass, at a safe distance, untouched. I was in it with you. Every night that stretched too long, every morning that arrived without relief, every moment where the silence felt like an answer you were not ready to hear. I was there through all of it. And what I was doing in those moments was not nothing. I was not simply waiting for you to endure your way to the other side. I was holding what you could not hold. I was keeping intact what the pressure was trying to destroy. That work was real, even when you could not feel it happening. And it mattered. What I placed in you was already there long before this season arrived. The pressure did not create it. The pressure revealed it. And what it revealed was something rare enough to make heaven stop and take notice. You kept your integrity when it would have been easier to let it go. You stayed honest when a lie would have been simpler. You remained when remaining was the harder path. And when the ones you trusted let you down, you did not harden the way hurt usually hardens a person. You stayed open. You stayed willing. That is not nothing. Those are not small things. To the eye, they look like nothing. To heaven, they carry enormous weight. There are people who look confident from the outside and are hollow on the inside. There are people who seem strong in public and crumble when no one is watching. What I found in you was the other way around. In the open, you were often uncertain. You doubted. You worried. You went through stretches where hope felt like a thing you could not quite hold in your hands anymore. But in the place no one else could see, in the quiet core, where a person's real character lives, there was something stable, something settled, something that would not fully agree with the verdict being spoken over your life by the hardship, by the disappointment, by the voices that suggested you were ordinary and small. Heaven sees that place. I built it. And what I saw inside it moved me, not as a figure of speech, not as a comfort phrase, but in the way that truth moves the one who knows what it costs to make something hold. Now I want to tell you what was found inside that place. I want to name it clearly. I want you to hear it plainly, without the filter of doubt softening it, before it can reach you. Because what was discovered about you in this season is not small. It is the kind of thing that shifts how you see your past, your present, and the ground you are about to walk into. So before I tell you everything else, before I speak of what comes next, what is shifting, and what is being released over your life, receive this one thing first. You were not forgotten. You were never abandoned. The quiet was not emptiness. What you lived through was seen in full, from the first moment the weight arrived to the last hour of the longest night. And what was found inside you when the pressure was at its heaviest, that is what I have come to speak to you about today. There is a word for what I found inside you, but I want to approach it carefully, because the first time most people hear it applied to themselves, they resist it. They shake their head. They think of all the ways it could not possibly be true. The word is rare. Not rare because you have never made a mistake. Not rare because you are better than the people around you. Rare because of what was found underneath the pressure. Rare because of what did not leave when everything else seemed to. When betrayal came, I watched for bitterness. In most people, bitterness arrives quickly after a wound. It makes a certain kind of sense. The hurt is real, the cause is unjust, and bitterness at least feels like something. Like a grip on the situation. Like a way to not be helpless. But when betrayal came to you, and it did come, I watched your heart, and what I found was not bitterness taking root. There was pain, real pain. But the bitterness had nothing to grip. Something in you kept releasing the very thing that should have poisoned you. Not quickly, not without a fight, but it kept releasing. That is not common. When silence stretched on longer than you expected, when answers did not come and explanations did not arrive, I watched for what fills that space in most people's hearts. Long silence breeds anger in many people, or resignation, or the slow, quiet decision to stop trusting. In you, the silence hurt. I will not pretend otherwise. But underneath the hurt, you kept something alive that most people release in those seasons. You kept reaching. Small, quiet, sometimes barely a reach at all. But you did not go fully silent on me. You kept the line open even when you heard nothing back. That is the kind of faith that counts, not the faith that praises loudly when things are good. The faith that sits in a dark room and whispers my name anyway, not because it feels anything, but because it refuses to let go completely. I found loyalty in you, where others left. Not the kind of loyalty that is easy to maintain when things are going well. The kind that holds when holding costs something. I found patience in places where frustration would have been completely understandable. You were not patient because it was easy. You were patient because something in you chose it, even when everything else pushed against it. I found kindness still operating in you after you had been treated without kindness. You still chose to be gentle when you had every right to harden. You did not perform that softness for people to observe. I watched it in your private choices, in how you treated others when no one was grading you, in the decisions you made when the only witness was yourself and me. That is the real measure of a person, not what they do on display, what they do when they are alone and tired and the easier wrong is available. And I found something else, something even harder to hold on to after the kind of pain you walked through. I found that your ability to feel with other people did not close down. After being hurt yourself, there would have been no shame in pulling back, in protecting yourself, in deciding that you had enough to carry without taking on the weight of others. But that is not what happened. You remained open. You still felt the weight of other people's struggles, even when you were under your own. You still made room. You still showed up. That is an uncommon thing in a person who has been through what you have been through. That combination, loyalty under pressure, faith that holds through long silence, compassion that survives personal pain, does not occur automatically. I have watched people go through tremendous weight and come out closed, armored, unreachable, hardened in the way that something becomes when the life is pressed out of it. What you came out with was different. You came out with something I can only describe as depth. Depth does not announce itself. It does not ask for recognition. It does not even always know it is there, but it shows up when it is needed. It shows in how you handle things that are too heavy for a shallow person to carry. It shows in the choices you make when no one is watching and the easier wrong is right in front of you. It shows in the way you enter a room, even now, even after everything, still carrying something that has not been used up. You have depth, my child. It was built through things that cost you, through seasons that asked more than you felt you had, through moments where the only way through was through. And what was built in those moments is real. It is not a feeling or an impression. It is something solid. It has already been tested under conditions designed to destroy it, and it held. You thought those seasons meant something was wrong with you. You measured yourself against people who seemed further along, people who looked like they were moving forward while you felt stuck. But that comparison was never a fair one. Their path was not your path. Their timeline was not your timeline. And what was being built in you during that time was something that does not get built while you are moving fast. It gets built in the slow places, in the still places, in the places where there is nothing to do but hold on. You held on. And what was found in you because of it is something heaven has not been quiet about. Most people will never know what was found, but you were drawn to this moment for a reason, and that reason is this. Heaven has something to say to you that has been held long enough. Declare your Amen if you have faith. The attacks you experienced were not random. I need you to understand this clearly, because many people look at the hardship they have faced and conclude one of two things. Either that they are unlucky, or that somehow they deserved it. Neither is what happened with you. The attacks that came against you were specific, targeted. That is not something to take lightly. You do not deploy targeted pressure against something ordinary. You do not spend focused energy trying to undo something that poses no threat. The enemy studied you before he moved, and what he studied alarmed him. He saw what I placed inside you. He could not create it. He could not take it. But he could try to get you to walk away from it voluntarily. He could not erase your calling. But if he could get you to disbelieve it, if he could get you to look at yourself and conclude that you were ordinary, unimportant, too broken to matter, then what I placed in you would sit dormant, not destroyed, but inactive, unused. And that was his aim. So the attack did not come as something obvious. It came quietly. It came as a consistent suggestion. The suggestion took many forms. You are behind. You are not like others. You have missed too much. The things that hurt you have marked you permanently. You will always be at this same level. No one who really sees you stays. These were not idle thoughts. They were placed with purpose. The enemy does not waste effort on targets that do not matter to him. The very consistency of the pressure is itself a signal. It tells you something about what was at stake. There were times when you believed the lies. I will not pretend otherwise. There were seasons when you looked at yourself and what you saw was mostly the damage. When you measured yourself against others and came away feeling small. When the whisper that said you had been passed over felt more real than anything I had told you. You almost settled into that conclusion. You almost signed your name to the sentence that said you were finished. But you could not fully commit to it. Every time you moved close to accepting the worst as permanent, something would resist. Not loudly. Sometimes just a flicker. A reluctance. An unwillingness to completely let go of the possibility that the story was not over. That resistance was not yours alone. It was also mine. I kept a thread of truth alive in you even when the lies were loudest. I would not let the truth about who you are be permanently buried under a deception, because what I placed in you is real. And real things do not respond to the enemy's authority. He had access to your circumstances. He never had access to your core. So the lies came in through the side doors. He used comparison, placing people in your view who seemed further along, more confident, more established. And slowly, comparison did what comparison always does. It made you measure progress on a scale that was never designed for your path. You started judging your timing by someone else's calendar, your worth by someone else's visible results. And that is an impossible way to measure anything real. He used shame. Shame for choices made in harder seasons. Shame for the gaps. Shame for what you had not yet done, for what you had not yet become. Shame is a specific kind of attack. It does not just say you did something wrong. It says you are something wrong. There is a difference. Conviction points to a specific thing and invites correction. Shame points to your whole person and invites you to disappear. That was the aim, to make you pull back, to make you feel that the best thing you could do for everyone was to make yourself smaller. But what I put in, you cannot be taken away. Not by the weight of your history. Not by the mistakes that live in your past. Not by the disappointment that came through people who should have been safe. Not by the seasons that lasted longer than you could have anticipated. None of those things hold the authority to unmake what I spoke into being in you. The enemy tried every entrance. He found your doubt and used it. He found your longing for approval and turned it against you. He found the places where you were most sensitive and pressed there. But what I have written in you is not written in something that pressure can reach. He could bend you toward the lie. He could not get you to swear allegiance to it. And that made all the difference. You are still here. That is not a small thing. Every time the attack came and you did not stay completely gone, every time you came back, even reluctantly, even exhausted, even unsure, the enemy's plan failed. Not dramatically, not with a shout, just quietly, faithfully. He failed. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I'm preparing. What was built in you through those attacks stands intact. The lies shape no permanent thing in you. They came and they pressed hard, but the foundation I laid held. The truth lived beneath everything that was piled on top of it. And because it is still there, undestroyed, uncancelled, it is now free to rise. I need you to understand something that might have caused you pain at the time. The truth I am telling you now, I have known it the whole time. It was never hidden from me. And there were moments, seasons even, when you cried out and asked me to show you who you were, to confirm your worth, to tell you plainly what was happening and why and where it was all going. And I stayed quiet. I want to explain that silence to you now, because you deserve the explanation. Revelation does not travel well to a heart that is not yet ready to carry it. That is not a criticism of you. It is a matter of structure. If I had spoken this truth to you too early, before the shaping, before the stretching, before you had learned to distinguish between approval from people and direction from me, it would not have helped you. It would have worked against you. And I will not do things that work against you, even when they feel like the thing you need most in the moment. There are two ways early revelation can damage a person. The first is pride. When someone learns something true and significant about themselves before their character is ready to hold it, the truth curls in on itself and becomes arrogance. They begin to perform an identity rather than carry one. They stop needing me because they feel they now have an answer about themselves. The very word I meant to anchor them becomes a trophy they hold over others. That is not what I intended for you. What I was speaking over your life was always meant to ground you, not elevate you above people, but root you deeply enough to stand beside them and serve them with what you carry. The second is fear. For some people, hearing the size of what they carry before they are grounded enough to receive it is simply too much. They retreat. They convince themselves it cannot really be them. They run from the word rather than grow into it. And running from it leaves them more lost than not knowing it at all. I watched you carefully through this season. I watched whether difficulty was making you humble or making you brittle. I watched whether silence was deepening your trust or feeding resentment. I watched the quiet work that was happening in you below the surface where no one else could see, where no one was applauding or even aware that anything was being built. And what I saw told me that the shape of your character was moving towards something that could hold this truth. Your humility was becoming real, not performed for others, but genuine. Your patience was becoming steady. Your need for me was growing bigger than your need for recognition. Those shifts matter enormously, because a person who needs me more than they need attention can carry revelation without it distorting them. The silence was not neglect. It was precision. I was not absent from you. I was doing something more important than speaking. I was forming the vessel so that what I poured into it would hold. You felt delayed. I understand that. From where you were standing, it looked like standing still while others moved forward. That experience was real, and I am not dismissing it. But delay is not denial. A thing being carefully formed takes longer than a thing being rushed. What I was building in you was never going to be rushed. The depth I placed in you requires time. You cannot fast-forward roots. You cannot skip the invisible work and arrive at visible fruit with anything real beneath it. The process had to be honored. So I honored it. And I want you to know I understood what that silence cost you. I did not take it lightly. The silence also kept you safe in a way you could not have recognized at the time. Some things placed in the light too early are consumed before they are strong enough to hold their ground. Some flames lit in the wrong season are put out before they can grow into fire. I was not withholding something good from you. I was protecting something good from being exposed before it was ready to hold up under what would come against it. The seasons that felt like nothing was happening, those were not empty. Things were happening in you during those seasons that could not have happened any other way. When there were no outward signs of movement, there was inward work. When there was nothing visible to show for the time, there was something invisible being secured. You were being formed in the way that real formation requires. Slowly, quietly, without applause, without an audience, and you did not waste those seasons. Even when it felt like you were simply enduring them, something was being laid down in you that will outlast every difficulty that placed you there. Now the form is ready. The character can carry what the calling requires. The humility is in place to hold the truth without it becoming distortion. The depth is there to receive revelation without it becoming pride. And that is why I am speaking now. Not sooner, not later. Now. The timing was never cruelty. It was care. Your worth was never in question. It was settled before you ever had to prove anything. What I was waiting for was the right moment to hand something into hands that were ready to hold it. And those hands are now ready. There is something I want to add that I do not want to pass over. The silence was never about your performance. It was never a withholding based on whether you had done enough or believed strongly enough. Your worth was never the variable. It was settled before you ever had to prove anything to me. What I was holding back was not a verdict on your value. It was a timing decision about what you were ready to receive. And now you are ready. You are not the same person you were at the beginning of this road. You have learned things that cannot be learned any other way, and what I am placing in your hands now will not be wasted on what you have become. I want to bring you back to something simple and say it clearly enough that it reaches the place where the doubt lives. You are not who the hardest things tried to make you. That sentence is not inspirational language. It is a statement of fact. The hardship that came against you had a specific intention: to define you, to narrow what you believed about yourself down to the size of the worst things that happened to you, to let failure become your name, to let rejection stamp an identity on you that would follow you quietly into every new beginning and whisper that you would get the same result again. That did not succeed, not because you are stronger than everyone else, not because you did everything right. It did not succeed because what I wrote into you is not written in something that hardship can reach. I did not plant your identity in your circumstances. I did not rest it on your performance. I did not build it on the opinions of people who looked at you and saw less than what was really there. I placed who you are at a depth that the surface of life cannot touch. And because of that, the repeated attempts to write over it did not take. The rejections did not stick at the level where your real identity lives. The failures added to your experience, but they could not add to your definition. The seasons when you felt invisible did not erase the truth of what you carry. The comparisons that made you feel behind did not change the path I designed specifically for you. You were never behind your purpose. You were always on the path I set for you. Your path does not run on the same timeline as other people's paths. It never has. Measuring your progress by someone else's markers has never been the right measure for your life. I know that is easy to say, but I need you to feel the weight of it, because the habit of comparison has cost you more than you realize. Other people are not ahead of you. They are on their own path, carrying what I assigned to them. When you look at where someone else is and compare it to where you are comparing two things that were never designed to be compared. Your path is yours alone. The shape of it, the timing of it, the pace of it, these were decided with you specifically in mind, not as an afterthought, not as a compromise, as a design. And what you are called to carry is significant. I do not say that to make you proud. I say it so that you stop treating yourself like something smaller than you are. There is a habit you have developed of making yourself small before anyone else can do it. A kind of preemptive diminishment. If you make yourself small first, the thinking goes, it hurts less when others agree. But that habit has cost you. It has kept you from walking into things with the authority and steadiness that rightly belongs to you. What I placed in you is not fragile. It does not need to be protected by smallness. It does not need you to hide it so that it will not be targeted. It can withstand being seen. It can hold up under scrutiny. It can be expressed openly without falling apart. You are allowed to know who you are. You are allowed to walk in the reality of it. Not loudly, not in a way that announces itself or demands recognition, but steadily, with the quiet certainty of someone who has settled the question of their own worth. Not because circumstances confirmed it, but because I said it. Here is something else I want you to receive. The things that felt like they were working against you did not diminish what you carry. They confirmed it. A person carrying nothing is not worth targeting. What came against you told you something about what was ahead, that there is something real at the end of this road worth protecting. You made it through the attempts to define you by your worst seasons. You are here, on the other side of the pressure, and what you carried is intact. That is not a coincidence. That is what happens when what is inside a person cannot be reached by what is outside them. What I put in you cannot be taken away. Let that settle. Let it go down into the parts of you that still half believe the old things. Let it reach further than the surface. You are not who the hardest things tried to make you. You are who I say you are. And what I say about you has not changed. Declare, I receive this today if your heart is open. I also need to address the way you speak about yourself, because what comes out of your mouth about who you are matters more than you have been giving it credit for. There is a pattern that happens when someone has been through a long season of pressure. They start to agree with the language of the season. They say things like, I am so far behind. I am not sure I am cut out for this. I have never been good at trusting. I am always the one who gets left. These words feel honest because they feel like what the evidence shows. But they are not describing the truth of who you are. They are describing the story the hardest seasons tried to write over you. Stop using those words. Not because the feelings are not real. The feelings are real. But feelings are not definitions. What you experienced is real. But experience is not identity. You are not required to narrate your life using the language of the worst things that happened in it. Start speaking differently about yourself. Not with grand declarations you do not yet believe. Just with corrections. When the old language comes, and it will come, interrupt it. Say quietly, "That is not who I am. Heaven has said something different, and let what I have spoken today be the counterword. You are rare. You are faithful. You held when holding cost you something." Those are the words that match what was found in you. Those are the words I am speaking over your life today. And what I speak does not return empty. There is a shift underway, and I want to prepare you for it. What was built in secret is not going to stay hidden forever. That is not how I work. I do not build things in the dark to leave them there permanently. The hidden season had a purpose, and it has served that purpose. But what was formed in you during the quiet time was not formed to remain quiet. It was formed to be expressed, to go to work, to do what it was designed to do. I want to be careful about what I mean when I say a season of visibility is coming, because this phrase can be misunderstood, and I do not want you chasing the wrong thing. I am not promising fame. I am not guaranteeing that the world will take notice of you in any particular public way. That kind of visibility is not what I am speaking about here. What I mean is something simpler and more significant than that. The things you carry, the depth, the steadiness, the compassion, the quiet authority that was formed in you through pressure, these things are going to be needed. They are going to be called upon. Situations are going to arise around you that require exactly what was built in you through the hardest seasons. People are going to come into your life who are in the kind of darkness you yourself once lived through. And because you went through it honestly, without bypassing it, without performing your way to the other side, you will have something real to offer them. That is the visibility I am speaking about. You will be placed where what you carry is needed, and what you give in those moments will not be advice from a safe distance. It will be the weight of someone who has actually been there, and who came through still holding something that held. That kind of presence changes things in ways that performance never could. It is the difference between someone who has studied a map and someone who has walked the road. People can tell the difference. They feel it when someone speaks from a place of real experience, and what you have to give comes from that place. Now let me address something that may happen as this shift comes. As things begin to change, as doors begin to open, as you find yourself in more visible places, the old voice of comparison may return. It will look at what others have and suggest that you are still not quite enough, that your path is not as clean as theirs, that you have too much history, that the people who are further along somehow got there without carrying what you have been carrying. Do not cooperate with that voice. You have learned something through this season that many people spend their whole lives not learning. You have learned that approval is not the foundation, that what I say about you carries more authority than anything the visible world puts on display. Walk into this new season with that settled, not with your guard up, not striving to maintain it, just settled. The way a person walks into a room when they know they belong there, not announcing it, not defending it, just at ease in it. What was built in silence will speak in the open. What was formed in hiddenness will be expressed in the light. And it will carry authority precisely because it was not manufactured. It was forged. It was tested before it was released. That is why it will hold up under pressure, because it already has. Go forward without competing. Go forward without performing. Go forward the way I shaped you to go, with depth, with steadiness, with the kind of quiet confidence that comes from knowing who you are not, because the world confirmed it, but because I said it. There is something I want to place before you as this season turns. I want you to understand the weight of what is shifting. This is not a small change in direction. This is the ground moving under the whole of your life. The things I planted in the quiet years are ready. The roots that formed in the dark are ready to feed something that will stand in the open. Do not minimize what is coming. Do not shrink back from it because the scale of it feels unfamiliar. You were built for what is coming. The shaping was intentional. The stretching was specific. The things I allowed were not random. They were the precise conditions needed to form what you now carry. And what you now carry is exactly what the next season requires. So go, with steadiness, with depth, with the quiet authority of someone who has been through the fire and discovered that what I placed in them did not burn. Say yes, if you are ready to walk forward. I also want to say something about what you will find on the other side of this shift that you may not be expecting. You will find that the things you thought disqualified you are exactly the things that make you credible. The places where you struggled are the places where you will be most trusted to speak. The seasons where you felt most invisible are the seasons that will give your words the most weight. This is not the way the world works. The world values the polished and the presented. But I work differently. I use what the world overlooks. I place weight in what the world passes by. And the person who stood in the quiet places and did not quit, that is the person I trust to carry what needs to go further. You are entering a season where what you have been carries more authority than what you have performed. Let that register. Let it settle into the way you see yourself and what you bring. The hidden season has done its work. What was formed is ready. And the one who formed it says, go. I want to close by bringing you back to where I started, because it matters, and I do not want you to move past it too quickly. You left me speechless, not in a theatrical way, not as a phrase chosen to make you feel good. I mean something very specific by it. When I look at the whole of what you walked through, not the best parts, not the easy stretches, but the full weight of the hardest seasons, the long silences, the moments when everything around you said to stop, and I look at what did not leave you, what held in the center of all of that, I am moved by it in a way that words do not capture cleanly. You are stronger than you have allowed yourself to believe, not stronger in the sense of being unmoved. You were moved. I watched it. You were shaken, pressed, worn down, confused, hurt by things and people that should have been safe. Your strength is not the strength of someone who felt nothing. It is the strength of someone who felt everything and still did not break at the core. That is a different kind of strength. It does not look impressive from the outside. It does not make noise. But when the pressure is real and the cost is high and the easy exit is right there in front of you, this is the strength that stays. And staying, when staying costs you something, is the only measure that ultimately matters. My child, I need you to change how you speak about yourself. Not dramatically, not with declarations that feel hollow. Just stop using the words that do not match what I have told you today. Stop saying you are weak when you have carried things that would have broken most people open. Stop saying you are forgotten when I have been watching everything. Stop saying you are behind when your path was never meant to match anyone else's pace. Stop agreeing with the language that the hardest seasons tried to make permanent. Those words describe the attack. They do not describe the truth. Speak more carefully. When the old language rises, and it will, let what was spoken today interrupt it. Quietly, steadily. That is not who I am. Heaven has spoken something different over me. Let the correction be simple and firm. Let it be a settled decision. You are not behind. You are on the path I set for you. You are not forgotten. I have had my eye on you through everything. You are not too broken. What broke the surface did not reach what I anchored at the center. And you are not ordinary. What was found inside you when the pressure was at its worst is the kind of thing that makes heaven stop and take notice. Hear this clearly. This message is for you. Not for someone who has it together more than you do. Not for someone who has believed longer or struggled less. This is for you. The person who is here, in this moment, carrying exactly what you are carrying, with exactly the history you have. I am not speaking to a polished version of you. I am speaking to the real one. And the real one is exactly who I am saying all of this about. The quiet is over. What was formed in the hidden places is ready to move into the open. What was built in you belongs to the next chapter of your life. Carry it with the steadiness that was forged in you. Carry it with the humility that the long seasons produced. Carry it with the quiet confidence of someone who knows they did not make it through alone, and knows they will not be alone in what comes next. Before you go, I want you to take a moment, right now, wherever you are, and let what just happened settle in you. You received a word, not from someone who observed you from the outside and offered a general encouragement. A word spoken from the one who built you, from the one who has seen the inside of every season you have walked through, the ones you told people about, and the ones you never told anyone about, from the one who found something rare in you when you thought there was nothing there worth noticing. Let it reach you. Let it go past the surface where the old habit of dismissing good things lives. Let it go down into the place where doubt has been living. Let it speak there. Let it begin the work of replacing what was never true. You are rare, not as a compliment, as a fact. What was found in you this season, under the weight, in the long silence, in the moments no one else saw, had to be placed there deliberately and then proved through pressure. And it has been proved. The testing confirmed what I always knew was there. Now, live accordingly, not loudly, just differently than you did before you heard this. Walk with a little more certainty. Speak about yourself a little more carefully. Stop apologizing for taking up space. What I placed in you was meant to be expressed, not suppressed. It was meant to be carried into the world. The season ahead belongs to what was built in the seasons behind. And the one who built it says, "You are ready. It is time." Go forward, my beloved child. Not striving, not competing, not with one eye on what everyone else is doing. Just forward, with depth, with steadiness, with the settled knowing of someone who has been through the fire and discovered that what I placed in them did not melt. I am with you. I was with you through all of it, and I will be with you through everything still to come. What I spoke over you today does not expire. It does not wear off when the feeling fades. It stands because I stand behind it. Carry it. Live it. Let it be the new foundation that the next season of your life is built on. Declare Amen as a seal over every word spoken to you today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.